Alright, I suppose there's no point of further delaying. Hey guys, welcome back. I think was it like a week since we've last streamed on Twitch and on YouTube? For me, it feels like it was forever ago. I don't know, it's because of that missing Saturday. It seems like I wasn't streaming for like at least 2 weeks. Hey Far Cry Lego, hey Moodcap, I see you guys in the chat. The OGs, the ones who are, you guys always tune in, which is, kind of crazy. And I cannot say this enough. I appreciate every single one of you, especially the regulars like Hoske, Moodcap, Far Cry Lego, and then also we sometimes have Nimbus on here as well. I feel like I missed one more person. Steven is also here, but I feel like I missed one person. Well, it'll come to me once I see them. You guys know how much I appreciate you, and yeah, it's just always interesting to hear what you guys have to say. And yesterday we're kind of going in a different direction when it comes to our topics. It's not really different. I talk about this stuff on my Instagram page as well, but since this is kind of an extension of my thoughts, these streams, I figured we have to cover this as well. And I figured, okay, this is going to be, I know I wanted to do the Acolyte. The Acolyte is going to be definitely the main course for Saturday. There's been as of now, there are 4 episodes out. So I honestly think waiting is even better because, I always don't like kind of coming back to the same topic over and over. And we do cover a lot of Star Wars on this channel. Funnily enough, I'm not like the biggest Star Wars fan. You guys know this. But it's so interesting because, or I guess it's not really interesting, it's just something I personally don't like. It's just going back to the same old topics with no purpose whatsoever. And no purpose, well, just coming back to it every week and week. And I think like there's a lot of YouTube channels that do that, and I think what the point of these streams is to kind of do like a deep dive on certain topics. And so we have 4 episodes to go off of for the Saturday, so it's going to be really fun. And speaking of stuff that is going to be really stacked, it really is this whole Kevin Spacey situation. I think it's got so much to do with even the entertainment of things, how things work overall, and it's a very creepy situation. And there's like so many different angles to cover, honestly. So this is why for this episode, because there's so much to cover here, we are going to be both, usually with Spec Ops The Line, I play the game and I talk about, then we kind of take a break for the audio and whatever we're reacting to. But today, since there's so much to do with, like, there's so much to cover with the Kevin Spacey situation, that we're just gonna hop straight into it. And yeah, so let's read your comments before we do that. And yeah, let's see how it goes, because the game is still on hard difficulty. So who knows, it might just be a total disaster and a total mistake. And maybe it ends up being a bad thing for the game. But it's worth giving it a try, right? You can't go wrong in there. Alright, so Far Cry Lego, thoughts on the Nintendo Direct. Yes, well, I can give you my overall thoughts. I wanted to specifically hone in on one of the trailers, which was the Zelda one, and I'm still going to do that, but I don't know how much time we're going to have to cover it. Maybe I want to watch that if we have extra time, but I seriously doubt it. I'm telling you, there's so much Kevin Spacey stuff to talk about. We watched this cutscene before, just kind of so I'm gonna skip this. And yeah, so Nintendo Direct thoughts. I'll perhaps tell you just a little bit about the Zelda thing, which is I'm not a fan of where they're going with the Zelda series, specifically because they're breaking away from the tradition of keeping it a Link-centric franchise. the series is notoriously known for the fact that it's called The Legend of Zelda, but you don't get to actually play as Zelda because she's always the princess who gets kidnapped. And so for them to finally change that after all these years is, and I know she's been on like an offensive character sometimes as well in several games, but the gist of her who she was is that you don't get to play as her. She is usually the damsel in distress, and that's fine, and that's beautiful. I love that for Link. I love that for The Legend of Zelda, and that's a classic story that you just don't get to mess with. And now they're kind of messing with that. Of course, it's not in the same uh, hatred-filled or like it's not like what Star Wars is doing with the Acolyte, where they're definitely targeting the naysayers, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're going to destroy these fans. We don't care about you. We can just throw you off to the side." That's essentially what they're doing with the franchise. With The Legend of Zelda, it's not the same, but it's still going to. Is my audio kind of going? Is it peaking too much? Is it hurting your ears because I see it going into the reds a lot, like several times? So let me know. But yeah, it's still the same problem though. You're still kind of you're still seeing the cracks in The Legend of Zelda, which was a traditionally, like, it was always about Link, about the hero, the male hero saving the Hyrule, and that's what it was about. And now you're just making it about Zelda. And it's just, no, I'm not buying into that. Plus, the gameplay, like the whole gameplay mechanics, they're pretty interesting, but how much of them are they actually going to utilize in an interesting and challenging way? Challenging is really going to be key here. So enough about Zelda. In general, I thought that Direct was very weak, very bad, very bland, and that there were only just a few games that really stuck out. And once again, more remasters of games we never asked for. And I guess it's cool that DK Country Returns is getting a remaster, but we're all waiting for Wind Waker HD. Everyone is waiting for Wind Waker HD. It makes no sense for them not to do it. And yet, they're doing this on purpose. They are doing this on purpose, and I'm going to make this clear right now. If Nintendo doesn't make... Here's what Nintendo can do. They can eventually release Wind Waker HD for the Switch, or they can release Wind Waker HD for the Switch too, which is what they're probably doing at this point, seriously. But they have to make sure that Nintendo Switch 2.0 or the Focus or whatever it's going to be called, they have to make sure that it is going to be backwards compatible with the Switch library. And if they're not doing that, it means they just don't respect the customer. And I understand Nintendo doesn't respect the customer as is, but seriously, this would be like the final nail in the coffin for me, for Nintendo. I'm just so sick of their awful behavior when it comes to treating their customers. They just know that they're going, like, they overprice for everything, and I don't need to go through all the lists. So, but yes, Metroid Prime 4 is the one that stood out. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, and everything else just kind of was like, I guess it's there. And of course, I gotta play all the other Metroids as well. So there's that. Okay, so still no Tamagotchi life. You guys gotta tell me. Far Cry Lego, tell me about oh my gosh, Tamagotchi. Did you misspell that? I think you did. Tamagotchi. See, you're misspelling. It threw me off. I think, because I thought it. But yes, like, what's up with that whole Tamagotchi? Tamagotchi? That sounds wrong. Tamagotchi, is that it? I don't even know. I'm probably confusing like the toys Tamagotchi with the franchise that is Tamagotchi Life. Anyway, the game. What's up with this game? Everyone keeps talking about it, and it's like no one ever talked about it at all until the stream popped up. So I'm like, is this a meme? Is this a meme? So, Tamagotchi, okay, Tamagotchi Life is stuck on the 3DS. Interesting. It kind of seems like a meme at this point, because I've never seen anyone talk about it until the stream. And maybe it's just me being oblivious to what other fans want. Maybe I'm just kind of too honed in on what I wanted. Yeah, yeah, so you can tell me a bit more about that, Far Cry Lego, as you're doing right now. Moodcap, it's fine not being a big Star Wars fan. People who pretend that they are big fans are the problem, i.e., the people who do the React shield videos. And we're gonna have so many of those on Saturday. Moodcap continues saying, I just want a port of the HD version because the Triforce Hunt in the original Wind Waker is such a pace killer. So they changed that in the HD version. Interesting. Far Cry Lego, I'm gonna play something since I wanted to play as Zelda for a while. Well, then just play Smash Brothers. Moodcap says, yeah, seriously. Moodcap, I'm interested in the new game. I'm just hoping it doesn't run like the Link's Awakening remake. Were the FPSs bad? I'm glad we got MBC again. I still want Tomodachi Life sequel or ports. And you guys are talking about Marvel vs. Capcom 2, which was announced. Interesting stuff. I'll get to Marvel vs. Capcom 2, I guess, later in the stream. Metroid Prime 4 being drawn out for as long as it has kind of killed the hype for me. Understandable. Plus, I heard that the game doesn't actually look very innovative. The gameplay is very in line with what you saw with the other Metroid Prime games. So, and I haven't played them, so I'll just trust the fans on this one. So that's kind of a bummer, but if the world design and exploration is really innovative and they find those that sort of opportunity to really do something special with the game, then then they have something on their hands. Also, the visuals, they're okay. Like the Switch should be able to put out better visuals. I mean, Bayonetta 2 on Wii U looked better than whatever Metroid Prime 4 looks like. But again, it's not like a disaster, right? It's not distracting like what was the Pokemon game? Pokemon Legends Atreus or Atreus. You guys know the one I'm talking about, the broken one, which is probably like all the couple ones that they had recently. Like those visuals are, goodness gracious, they're just awful. No reason they should be this bad. Metroid Prime 4, oh, I read that one. Tomodachi Life, Miitopia got a port on the Switch, oh my, but not Tomodachi Life. Moodcap, don't forget how Nintendo treats their legacy content. They rarely acknowledge anything past the N64 and take down emulation sites. Yes, that is a huge problem. And the fact that we still have No Mother 3, even on the Nintendo Switch Online service, is preposterous to me, even though they added it to the Japanese Nintendo Switch Online service. And American audiences are still waiting. The entire world is waiting except for Japan. And it's just scummy behavior. They gave us some awful titles, like those very crappy Rare titles. Rare Studios, of course. Which, yeah, they did have some clunkers and some less interesting games. I still want that game to get a port or a sequel. It's their own version of The Sims, says Far Cry Lego, talking about Tomodachi Life. But even more crazy, Nintendo Nintendo given you Tomodachi Life and My Life is Yours. That's how I feel about the Wind Waker Far Cry Lego. And finally, I think I caught up. Moodcap, Pokemon Legends, Arceus, or Arceus. These names, man. And they're all broken despite being the biggest media franchise on the planet. Isn't that crazy? Nintendo is like the biggest video game company there is, and yet they put out like these, let's just say, bare minimum versions of their game. Anyway, so yes, there will be, even though we're going to be dealing with very serious topics throughout this stream, I should say, there will be some moments where we also kind of talk about Marvel versus Capcom 2, and maybe if we see things looking bright upon us, maybe we'll also kind of take a look at all these other trailers that came out in the span of like the several weeks, because there were so many huge announcements and trailers that, I kind of felt bad that I couldn't cover them with you guys on here. And I didn't want to do them on Instagram because I'm like, hey, sometimes it's just fun to do it on a stream live. So yeah, let's get into this whole Kevin Spacey situation. Let me maybe, while this is happening, let me just first of all give you like a quick intro as to what is happening while I play the game. All right, so the idea here is that we are going to be, let's turn on the audio for you guys so you can hear it. Although let me tell you, I am just so peeved at the fact that I did rewatch the last stream and the audio was, I don't know if during the stream it's better, but when you rewatch the stream, the game audio and the last stream that we did for Spec Ops, the game's audio and my audio were just impossible to pick up. So, like, to pick out the two, like, they were mixing so much that it just became such an annoyance. Anyway, you know what? Let me just turn it down as well for myself. So, hopefully, I don't know, you guys never say that it bothers you, so I assume you guys can hear me. So maybe it's a thing that maybe when the stream is over, maybe YouTube then decompresses the audio and it ends up all sounding flat. Maybe that's the case. But anyway, we're not here to talk about, oh gosh. I forget what the gameplay is like. Okay, so this is how you do that. Good. Okay. Alright, so Kevin Spacey. No, not this weapon. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to take some time to get used to the controls again because they're kind of unique. But the Kevin Spacey situation, I see you guys are writing some stuff in the chat, so I'm just gonna focus on the background of the whole situation so that I'm kind of stay on topic, right? Sir Diesel, you're coming through a speaker for me, but it sounds fine. Hey, Sir Diesel. Our champ is here as well. Okay, so, yes, come on. That's the best weapon I have now? Great. To the side. Okay, so Kevin Spacey, he was basically, affected by the whole... Nope, not here, sir, not here, not here, not here. Yeah, we didn't get that one. Kevin Spacey was impacted by the whole Me Too situation. He got Me Too'd in a way, you could kind of argue to what extent he was Me Too'd because the allegations were very severe. He was accused of, well, treating a lot of people inappropriately on sets, right? But also, there were reports that what he did was he took a bunch of people, or like he had a party and he had a kid on the party and he did a lot of inappropriate things to that kid. And so in response to that sort of controversy, in response to all these allegations, he went to Twitter to announce that he was coming out as a gay man. And it's like, oh wow, that's the route you're taking. And he thought he could basically make himself seem more sympathetic and make himself like into this closeted man who was just kind of struggling with his sexuality, and now he can finally be himself. That was the narrative that he was weaving together, and people did not buy it. This guy is already dead. You're so useless, sir. Like, you're an embarrassment. He thought he could... Are we gonna die because of you now? We died because of him. I saved him and we died. He thought he could get away with being a pedo. And I don't care if it's going... Like, if YouTube is gonna take me down for this. But he thought he could get away with the fact that he had a kid, a boy, and of course all of this is alleged, so then I don't get sued. But then again, it's like I'm sure Kevin Spacey is watching my stream. He's like, who's trying to take me down? Oh, it's Gregory Gaming. He is on to me. I'm sure that's happening as we speak. Uh, but yeah, he thought he could get away with allegedly having a kid at his party, and then the mother of the kid basically found out. Oh my gosh, not this guy again. The mother of the kid found out about the whole situation, or like found out. It's like that mom is. Oh my gosh, we're gonna die again because of him. This is what I get for saving this clown. Again, like the AI in this game is tearing me apart, Lisa. Uh, so the mom is kind of like also kind of sus. Like who allows her kid to just go to a Hollywood star party, and like what do you expect for the child to do there? Like what's wrong with that mom? But anyway, the mom ended up snitching on him. Maybe I just got to move here so that the AI starts behaving differently, you know. So she snitched on the whole situation, and that was like a big news story as well. And yeah, so that's why he was kind of taking like this whole approach, because it was a boy. And isn't it funny? It's kind of like, oh, get out, get out, get out, get out. Okay, good. Uh, what was he saying? Oh yeah, it's like the LGBTQ. I'm not going to say that guy. The LGBTQ plus communities always finds themselves in these situations, and I guess they like, oh, they always do that when it comes to like the Catholic priest, and it's like, oh wow, haha, very funny. And even though it's severely exaggerated, the whole scandal is it's really just exaggerated, and I'm not gonna get into the specifics of that now, but that's we're gonna die. Uh, Oh, I guess not. I don't care about these guys, honestly. Wait, does the game finish if we... I think it does end if we just let them die. If the game ends because they die, this game sucks, honestly. Because that puts me in the situation where I have to both save them for being this incompetent. Okay, Adams died. Yeah, this game is really getting on my nerves. I have to pick up their slack, even though they're broken NPCs. And I have to not die. Okay, game. But yeah, Kevin Spacey is just a totally problematic person. And he is, what he ended up doing is later he escaped to Israel. He got cancelled by Hollywood temporarily, but he escaped to Israel. Which is interesting. Of course, he's of Jewish. I assume he's a Jew, of course, because who else would run away to Israel if not a Jewish man? And that's also been historically the case with many other uh, figures within like the Hollywood. Since there's so many Jews in the music, film industry, it's just how Hollywood runs. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening again. They're gonna. Oh my gosh. Okay, I thought it was going to be the second guy, but it was just us saving this guy. So yes. What was this? Oh yeah, it's like Hollywood is just has a lot of Jewish guys. Okay, and it's not a coincidence, perhaps, uh, but it's real. You know, they're kind of overrepresented when it comes to that industry, interestingly enough. uh and then it's like, okay, I guess you guys sort of crafted, you guys played a huge part in creating it, so I guess it makes sense. But then it's like they always find ways to like, you can really get into the discussion of movies being almost used as just propaganda to normalize foul ideas and to make them normal in society. And it's like, well, and like not only the music industry, not only the film industry, but also the porn industry is also owned by a lot of these uh, Jewish elites. I think that's the best way to kind of phrase that, because of course I don't want to lump every Jewish person into this. Uh, I even know some myself. Maybe I am one. No, just kidding. But if I die because of this guy, I died because of this guy. I cannot believe this game is this stupid. Uh, but yeah, you can really go down the rabbit hole of just kind of like, okay, these movies are being, in a lot of ways, used to normalize a lot of garbage ideas into our societies, and it's a problem, right? Uh, and then you have like these directors who do something problematic, like problematic. Talk about problematic. I mean, it's far worse than that. You have people who allegedly sexually assault minors, and and then also people who just are garbage human beings. Like even if it's not about minors, like even if you abuse your, oh my goodness, even if you abuse your powers as like a, like of course everybody makes mistakes, but the whole power dynamic of, oh, if you sleep with me, I'm gonna give you this role for a movie, like that's just garbage human behavior. Oh my gosh, look at, like this is what I'm dealing with here, guys, in this game. A bunch of incompetent buffoons. I guess we just got to do it the quick way. How do you throw a grenade again? Oh my gosh, you guys are seeing this, right? It's totally outrageous what is happening in this game. Like this should be not allowed at all whatsoever. Okay, let's just throw grenades because I'm just totally sick of constantly staying here. What was he saying about, get out, guys, get out. Oh my gosh, I hate them so much. Like when it comes to difficulty, it's not that the game is too difficult, it's that it's too stupid. I have to constantly save them. That's just their reliability. They're not helping me. That's why you homeschool your kids. Well, yeah, but they also, there's like TikTok, there's YouTube, there's movies. And I guess homeschooling is like one way, but at the same time, is it? Maybe it is. Is it the future? I kind of hate the idea of like people not having the ability to just go to school, have a normal social life. And I'm not saying homeschooled kids can't have that, but there's something special about going to school, right? And like hang out with your mates, have fun, just be a kid. And yeah, of course, homeschooled kids mature faster, and that's great. And we like that for them. But there's also something fun about just fooling around with your friends and just being a kid. Uh, and it's a shame that you can't have that just because you're just constantly looking away, or like you're constantly looking around yourself with no trust for anyone because you're just scared that your kid is going to be influenced. But I guess if it comes down to like, oh, guys, get out, get out. If it comes down to your kids being homeschooled, or your kids being where's the grenade? There's two grenades. I don't even see where the second one was. When it comes down to like the choice, I would probably homeschool my kids, right? If that was like the big decision, which it's going to end up being a decision for a lot of people. But yes, that's definitely like one thing you can do. And also, yeah, Moodcap, you bring up the Chris Chan and the Ezra Miller defense. So true. It's like, and also Bryan Singer. That's the big one as well. It really is, because he was also affected by the whole Me Too situation, if you recall. He was, he was basically accused, and guess what happened to him? Did he face any charges? I don't necessarily remember what happened. Oh, what? It's been like, what, 20 seconds and you gave me a trophy. Shut up, game. It was like 20 seconds, maybe not even that. And these guys, the two of them, are already down. I'm telling you guys, this game is broken, and I'm not the type to kind of like, oh, change my difficulty. I'm gonna lower my difficulty because this is too difficult, or like stuff like that. I'm just gonna like, I think I'm gonna might have to lower my difficulty if it means just working with better AI, or like having enemies that don't shoot down my comrades straight away, because this is ridiculous. Uh, I can't even work here. I can't even focus on the objective, and you know, it's really distracting, these guys. Bryan Singer was also accused of similar things. And yes, you are a garbage human being, and maybe you are even a garbage woman if you even put yourself in that situation where it's like, oh, I'm a starlet. I want to become a big name, so I'm gonna sleep around, and that's how I'll make a name for myself. Yes, you are also a very immoral human being, but at the same time, there is the power dynamic. There's like two people who are to blame, and that's what I didn't like about Me Too, is that it the women should not be treated as victims in the traditional sense. This guy's already dead, and this guy, so is this guy. Okay, I guess we're just gonna have to shoot down this guy. Uh, let's just maybe try to be smart about this now. It was very much about, and I don't even have enough ammo, long range ammo. No, I wanted to take cover and not heal him, but that's whatever. Game. Can he save him? Nope. Hold on. Here you go. You take him. Did he do that? You, sir. You take him. Nope. I guess it's not gonna work that way. Whatever. Game. Uh. And yeah, so that's just what it comes down to. Like, the women in that situation should not be treated as traditional victims. They played a hand in their own downfall, and they probably wouldn't have said anything if they definitely got influence that they wanted to get. So you can't feel bad for them. At the same time, I guess you can, right? But that's only because it's just plainly wrong, and it should never happen. And so that's the sort of people we're talking about. No. Did we just do it? I think we did. Let's just push ahead. Oh no! Oh, I missed this guy. And what was my team doing? Nothing. I think we almost had it though. Oh, did I just press switch difficulty by accident? Oops. Huh. Uh, and so yeah, that's kind of, and so Bryan Singer, going back to him. Bryan Singer also escaped where? To Israel. And I did some research on this, and it turns out that Israel accepts a lot of, well, can you call them refugees? I guess in a lot of ways you could call them refugees. American refugees, who are entangled in sexual assaults, and a lot of them are pedophile related ones. Like there's this, oh my gosh, I thought that was a bad guy. But there was one that, I read up on, and there was this guy his name was Oppenheimer. And I don't mean like the guy who created the nuclear bomb. I'm talking about like some other guy, a different Jewish guy who had the last name Oppenheimer. He was a pedophile, and he basically got taken in by Israel, their government, even though he committed a heinous crime, a crime beyond redemption, I would say. Can we throw this grenade back? Can we? Because I'm stuck with these morons who refuse to move. And so, guys, just get out of here, please. Get out of here. Get out of here. Where was I? Oh, yes. So Israel has a huge problem. His name was Oppenheimer, too. And So it's like, what's the deal with that? It's and there's like a lot of Talmudic laws when it comes to like the Jewish faith, Judaism in particular, where it's like, oh, you can really treat non-Jews as just your hand wipes, really, as a they have a phrase for non-Jewish people, and it's a goy, right? Goy is what everyone is if you're not a Jew, and it's a very problematic approach to kind of like looking at a different person. And it's not even just that you are a non-believer, because obviously Christians have that too. Guys, just get out of here, please. And we're dead. It's not just about, oh, you're a non-believer or you're a pagan, right? It's like, okay, pagans, atheists, those are phrases, but they're not necessarily there to look down on a person or like to other a person. It's just a broad term that exists, whereas a goy is very much like a very harsh word. And there's a reason why a lot of people don't use it, uh, even like from the Jewish communities. And but it's very much in their texts, and it's part of that culture. If you're an Orthodox Jew, it's probably something you practice. It's probably something. It's the way you probably kind of function as a human being, which is when you kind of take a look at the whole Palestine situation. At least he's next to me. When you kind of look at the whole situation there, it's a total mess. Not just in this game. Speaking of Middle East, uh, but if you've seen like some of the interviews with like the Jewish guests, speaking of Piers Morgan, we're going to be looking at a Piers Morgan video uh, with Kevin Spacey too, since he got that interview, and I'm sure it's going to have a lot of interesting stuff in it. And it does, from what I've heard. So he had like this guy Rabbi Shmuley on, just totally unhinged, and he was like this rabbi who sells sex toys and just had zero remorse and empathy for the other side of the conflict. And I get people can feel strongly one way about it because it's their country that's involved. But that's the thing. It's like, wait, you're an American who is also a member of who's also a citizen of Israel. Oh my gosh, the guy just died. Uh, and so that's also another thing. A lot of Jewish or like a lot of Jewish people have dual citizenships in America and in Israel. And I really do think it's like the Jewish aristocracy, and not just like your regular Jew who is just kind of trying to make a living and trying to make sense of the world, as we all are. But it is that sort of uh, the aristocrat that comes from these backgrounds. And fun fact, what's his name? The guy who Neil Druckmann, the guy who created The Last of Us, the Last of Us TV show, inserted a lot of Jewish and Israel Zionist propaganda into The Last of Us Part Two, like a lot of it. Um, he was, and even like the way he came up with the first Last of Us game, the ideas in that were very much inspired by crap. Even the ideas in that were very much taken. Neil Druckmann said this, that like he got the inspiration for The Last of Us was basically he was in Israel with his father, and Israel made a agreement with, I think, one of their enemies, of course, of uh, the Middle Eastern, like the other regions. I'm not sure if it was Palestine, but they were dealing with a different, maybe it was the same country, but they were having they were at a conflict, and so they made an agreement that if they could uh, switch one of their if they could get one of the soldiers that they had, their soldiers, uh, in exchange for one that they like one of the prisoners that they had in Israel. Uh, yeah, it was basically an exchange of prisoners of war, and so the problem there was that Israel caught a huge criminal, and so Neil Druckmann asked his father how if this was even what he thought about that. It's like we're giving them this criminal just so that we can bring back the sons of these people that we have here, and it's not like they're like, okay, we're bringing back sons and like sons of these fathers and mothers, but in exchange we're giving them this insane I don't know if I can call him a war criminal, but to them he definitely was a war criminal. We're giving them this guy, and it's just awful, right? And he kind of weighed like the responsibility of, and he asked his father, it's like, did we do the right thing, we speaking Israel? And his dad said, well, if I were the fathers, I would make the same decision. I would want to bring them back. But if I was the president of Israel, I would say that was a bad decision, right? So that's where the conflict in the Last of Us, that's where it came from. uh it's this argument of greater good versus personal, or like father instincts or something like that. I don't know. uh Odd, odd, very odd. Now let me get, we're gonna die again, but that's where it came from. Just let me get whatever. Let's just throw this grenade at them. No, don't hide next to the wall, sir. And so that's where Neil Druckmann is coming from. He has a dual citizenship in Israel as well. And it's kind of odd because no other country basically gives out dual citizenships to those to the same extent that Israel does. So it's just very strange. And then whenever any of these guys get Me Too'd or canceled for doing something pedophilic or assaulting a woman sexually, they can basically just run away to Israel. So that's a huge problem with that country. And I see a lot of, by the way, Jewish publications. I think it was Jerusalem Post calling out uh, these acts by Israel. So it's not just like, oh, I just hate this one country. Did you guys see what happened? I tried to get out of that position, and then he just waltzed over to the other side. Very infuriating, and that could have definitely saved me my life. I was trying to run away. But yeah, that's the game we're kind of dealing with here. So Israel has a problem here, and it's very much connected to, just think about like Hollywood in general. It's a huge problem because Hollywood is very much Jewish prominent, right? Media, whatever you're seeing, porn, uh, music, they have influence on a lot of things. And like, what do you mean music? It's like they own a lot of the record labels. They own your favorite rapper, your favorite pop artist. They're the ones who write the checks and make people popular, give them the record deals. And they're the people who are on top, and very good for them. Very inspiring, if you ask me, that they're able to have so much influence. I think we should take notes, honestly, and be this creative with everything. And but at the same time, it's like, okay, well, you have so much influence, and you can see the impact of that happening everywhere. So Kevin Spacey is basically just another example of that. He is basically that sort of, what you see with Kevin Spacey is just one of many examples of what you're seeing. And this is always also going to bring us to the Jeffrey Epstein conversation. He was also Jewish. I know, crazy. And it's like, it's just always odd that it's always the same group, you know? It's like, why though? Why is that the case? And it's of course not just a Jew, but a Jewish elite sort of person. People who already had influence before and now they're kind of running with it as well, or it runs in the family. And it's just, you know, a coincidence, right? Is it? I don't know. Anyway, I want to heal this guy. See, this game. So it's just interesting questions to ask in general. And I know a lot of people will not appreciate those questions, but that's what we're dealing with here right now. And let me see if I can run away from this. There we go. No, let's kill you first. Oh my, these guns are going. No, 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 no. Oh my gosh, we barely made it alive. Made it out alive. Ooh, nice. Other side, please. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Good. Good. Alright. I think we're okay. Oh no. Oh no, there's a grenade here and a grenade there. Help. Oh no, hold on. Don't let me die. Don't let me die. Game. No, 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 no. Oh, I'm scared. There's just so many grenades flying around. Did we do it? No, we didn't. Who else is here? Who else is throwing stuff at us? Is this a good guy? Is this a bad guy? Crap, there he is. This guy needs to be taken down. Hold on. This is insane. We're almost here and I just cannot lose this now. They're not doing anything. They're just standing there. Look at them. Look at... Oh, now he's disactivated. Oh, you guys are just so stupid. And they're not even getting him. That's ridiculous. Finally, you guys did something. Wow. Bravo. We did it, guys. Oh my gosh. No. No. No, 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 no. Game. Calm down. I have no good weapon here. Guys, please just get him. Just get him. While I talk to you guys. He's running away. Good. So yeah, a lot of coincidences. Huh. Interesting. And so Kevin Spacey is just one of those people. And now, oh my gosh, are you being for reals with me? If we die, it's not gonna end well for us. I need to get this gun. Good. Great. And where's... There he is. And he's dead. Good. Game, please save for us. Alexa, please save. Okay, good. So now moving, I guess we can just kind of hop into the interview. It's just, I hate the fact that, oh my gosh, please game, don't do this to me. If we explode here, it's gonna be the end of us. Maybe I should just kind of wait until... Did we have a loading screen on this screen, guys? Oh, that's Adam, sorry. Oops. Did we have a loading screen? I don't think we did. So let's just get past this part. We should have a loading screen any minute now, hopefully. We're almost there, I think. So if we're able to get there, we're going to move straight into the interview. We're not very far, so this is just stressful. Let me just give you guys the audio here. Oh no, we're in the red. Good. No, not the... There you go. You guys didn't do anything. You guys didn't do jack.
Concentrate fire.
Just get rid of him. I think I just got him myself. Nice. You guys are so useless. And there's one more guy right here. Or two of them. There's a lot of them. Wait, the marker just keeps moving. What the heck? Oh my gosh. And yes, Ezra Miller is also of that ethnicity. I mean, I know it just sounds like I'm being overtly specific here, but isn't that like just what are the chances? Like, what are the chances, guys? What is the likelihood that? Like, I guess that's all I gotta say about that. And the influence is. Oh my gosh, I'm so stupid. Why did I just stand there? Oh my gosh, that was so stupid. I'm so done with this game. This is what happens. Whatever. You know what? Let's just get into this interview. So we have Lex Friedman here. Do any of you know who Lex Friedman is? And maybe I guess we should read the comments too. How did mother let the kid end up at this party in the first place? That's what I want to know. But you know, some moms are just crazy. Oh, good. Good, we're here. It's saved. Good. Whew. For a second, I thought it was over for us. Like, imagine if we had to do everything again from the very beginning. It would have been a nightmare. Some moms just want their kids to be famous, and some mothers are willing to really just put their kid through the gut if it means that if they get to get the money, or they can get... Ew, these guys are still moving. There we go. Let's finish them. Aw, come on. I wanted to execute them. What's the other comment? There's also a massive amount of school teachers that do that. Yeah, I mean, like the pedophiles, since we were kind of referencing like the Vatican, you know, it's you're more likely to find a pedophile, like far greater chances of that happening at a school. Speaking of homeschooling, as like a better alternative, even in families, like your uncle is more likely to be a pedophile than somebody at the church, a priest. So it's kind of really, and I understand that with like the whole essence of what the scandal is, and that a priest should not ever become that or do that, but you know, it's like at the end of the day, by the end of the day, it's like they're all humans. We're all people, and people will sometimes just get into different institutions. They will do wrong things regardless of who they claim themselves to be, and that's just unfortunate, right? All right, what else is there? Game looks fun. Really, Steven? You think this is fun? It's not as fun for me. Maybe, here's the thing, maybe if I wasn't doing this for like an audience, maybe it'd be fun for me to kind of have that challenge. But when I'm playing this game and you guys are watching, it's like always a matter of, are you guys enjoying me failing all this like so much? I don't think you guys are, which is why we're gonna take a look at this interview now. So yeah, Lex Friedman. I also have a lot of stuff to say about him. There's a great video by Leather Apron Club, I believe is the name of the channel. Leather Apron Club. I just want to make sure that I have the right name. Are we even still on Twitch? Did Twitch shut us down? No, we're still here. Good. Leather Apron Club is a fantastic YouTube channel. He did a YouTube series on ancient Romans were not gay, and also ancient Greeks were not gay. So that's like a misconception that, oh, the ancient Greeks were gay. Turns out that's just like a modern notion that those guys were famously and predominantly gay just because that's just kind of what they told you to make you think that it was normalized back then. And obviously maybe it was normalized in some cultures, but they are definitely just lying to you about that whole fact. And Steven knows what I'm talking about. So yes, he made a video on Lex Friedman and also other podcasters. Lex Friedman is the guy we're seeing right here. He is a podcaster who became prominent randomly for no reasons whatsoever. He has a lot of connections, and I believe, his last name kind of speaks for himself. Yes, he is also a Jewish man. And Leather Apron Clubs just did he ran the numbers, and he realized that a lot of these podcasters tend to have like a Jewish bias in terms of representation, and it was odd why there were a lot of like the people who were Jewish that also happened to be the guests on these shows was disproportionate with the population of how many Jews you actually have in America, which I don't believe is even like 5%, right? It's very low, and yet they have so much like influence, and not only influence, but they appear on so many of these shows. They have these titles on academia, and it's just something that he brought up, and it does make you kind of like second guess, like just, or like make you think about this stuff, and contextualizing that you kind of never think of it in those terms. And so that's him. He just kind of became popular. Joe Rogan had his shtick. He had his history of like commentating for some sport. I think it was WWE, if you want to consider that a sport. Or UFC. Is it UFC? Perhaps. But yeah, he has his history. He was a comedian too. And then he started doing like a podcast, and he knew a lot of people. Lex Friedman also knows a lot of people, but nobody knows what his background is. If I went on YouTube and watched the video, the background or like the origin of, or where did Lex Friedman come from, I assume he would probably pop up. And I would probably learn. But this isn't about him, but I do find him to be very suspicious. You guys remember that one interview he did with Kanye, and he was just very insincere and dishonest about that whole, during that entire interview, he was purposefully pretending to be like this nice guy to him, while also he was trying to essentially just diss him, but he was doing it in a way that was very indirect. And I'm just not a fan of that approach. It was very passive aggressive and concern trolling. Hold on, I think I messed that phrase up. Concern trolling, I think. Yeah, I guess that's a phrase. Like you pretend to be worried about someone when in reality you're just trying to make them look stupid in front of everyone, or you don't have the best intentions in mind for them. So yes, Moodcap earlier, he said this earlier. Why did the AI partners just stand there? Are they stupid? That's what I ask myself all the time. These women who went along with it kind of reminds me of the Batman the Animated Series Harley Quinn. She was looking to make a profit off of the inmates at Arkham, only for her to be taken advantage by the Joker. And she wanted to be taken advantage of. It sucks, but they went along with it and didn't say anything when it could have saved others. But they shut up to save their own asses, and only came out when someone else did all the work. There were people who did come out much earlier, and they were not taken as seriously because of that influence, because of that power. So I do think that it was in a lot of ways necessary for kind of that to come out just in general, because there were women that did come out, and it's really intimidating because these people really do hold a lot of power. So they do have a lot of say on everything, and it's really easy to intimidate someone with money in the way that I have more money than you and you cannot afford to sue me. And that's true sometimes. Like if a company screws you sometimes, like PayPal, for example, PayPal is notorious for this. They screw people all the time, and nobody sues them because obviously they don't have the money. And then you had somebody like Eric July from the Rippaverse comic books, who had the money, and he did try to resolve the issue, and I believe that they eventually had the issue resolved. And it's like it takes somebody with money to sometimes really change the situation. So there's like this situation of, oh, they were quiet, why didn't they say anything? It's sometimes more complicated than that. Moodcap also says that's funny because the Free Palestine crowd started going after Druckmann, the same people he was trying to appeal to. That is funny. You got the checkpoint. Oh, good. Yeah, we just saw that. Thanks, Far Cry. And then Steven just went off in the comment section. A guest on Rogan referenced him complaining about guys. Yes, Steven. What Steven is about, like saying in the chat, is that one of Joe Rogan's guests talked about this YouTube channel that I'm talking of. You know what? I'll give you the link, and I'll pin it so that you guys can press on it after this stream. Leather Apron Club, so that you guys can kind of have it in the back of your mind. And here we go. This is going to be the link. And I'm going to pin it in both chats, so you don't have to press it now. Can I pin it? Can I pin it? Yes, I can. So that's Leather Apron Club. And like I said, you should probably click it after the stream. That'd be nice. But yes, so he also looked at Joe Rogan's podcast, and he saw something very similar there in terms of the misrepresentation, or like the misalignment in media representation, of which demographic gets a lot more representation in media than others. And so he kind of noticed that with Joe Rogan as well. And one of the guests, it wasn't Joe Rogan, it was one of Joe Rogan's guests that name dropped Leather Apron Club and called him anti-Semitic. And he did it on Joe Rogan's show. And he went through the list, and it was kind of interesting to see that play out. And Leather Apron Club also did a response video to that. So again, very interesting channel. He's really great. Steven says, I wish the Greeks rejected the gay revision of their history the way the Egyptians rejected Jada Pinkett's Cleopatra. Steven continues saying, Friedman also has zero charisma. Facts. You guys are about to see this. His voice seems like it's not just putting me to sleep, but also his face. Yes, he's just very bored. Joe's history being a regional taekwondo champion, stand-up comedian, star of a failed comedian, a guest star in a fairly successful comedy. When he was in that comedy, he started commenting at UFC events for free. Rogan was the only MMA commentator to understand Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and grappling in addition to striking. Rogan was for a decade the best commentator by far and away. He had fighters and fellow comedians on his podcast. Joe also started putting on other comedians. Some were great and others were Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura, who suck. Rogan also knew all the fighters before casuals. He predicted the rise of legends and fighting styles. Rogan is no longer the best MMA commentator and is a bit out of touch, but he did his best to make the UFC popular. Rogan went on Conan and got laughed at, but stood his ground. So, thank you, Stephen, for that comment. From what I'm getting here is that, yeah, Joe Rogan has to show, like, he has something to show for. He really is the guy who earned his name in the industry, and he did a lot of things. So, and he's also very interesting to listen to, like, maybe not him specifically, but he has the charisma. He's really good with guests. He knows how to talk to them in a way that is going to really create the best sort of conversation possible. Lex Friedman is stale. Let's just watch this. Enough of me blabbering. let's just get into it. Here's what we're going to do. Let's watch the intro, and then I'm going to skip to the important parts that I think are going to interest us the most.
A two-time Oscar-winning actor who has starred in Seven, The Usual Suspects, American
Sleepy
Beauty,
voice.
and House of Cards. He is one of the greatest actors ever, creating
Jeez.
haunting performances of characters who often embody the dark side of human nature. 7 years ago, he was cut from House of Cards and canceled by Hollywood and the world when Anthony Rapp made an allegation that Kevin Spacey sexually abused him in 1986. Anthony Rapp then filed a civil lawsuit seeking $40 million. In this trial, and all civil and criminal trials that followed, Kevin was acquitted. He has never been found guilty nor liable in the court.
And yet he escaped to Israel. By the way, it's like that's all good and great, but if you have people who are, if there's influence, if people who have influence control the legal system and all that stuff, some of this stuff, let's say, is rigged. And I guess we can kind of see that with the whole Donald Trump situation, that, these people are insincere. The system is not perfect. It's clearly flawed. So is there a possibility that the outcome of this trial was not the most honest one? There is a huge possibility. And from what I heard is that one of the victims of Kevin Spacey died just a couple of days before the trial happened. Just randomly died, kind of like a Clinton Foundation style. Just happens to die, happened to have an accident while the trial was about to happen. Very interesting. And I like how he's trying to kind of like make it about I think it's important to watch this intro because I really do think it's important how this person, Lex, is going to introduce Kevin. And he's kind of like trying so far to make it about like, oh, it happened in 1986 and it just happened recently that this guy just came out. It's just, he's already kind of doing the work to make him seem less problematic than what it is.
Law. In this conversation, Kevin makes clear what he did and what he didn't do. I also encourage you to listen to Kevin's Dan Wooten and Allison Pearson interviews for additional details and responses to the allegation.
We will not watch those, but we will watch the Piers Morgan one, which is very lengthy, so we'll get a good look at everything here.
This podcast and in life is that I will talk with everyone, with empathy and with backbone. For each guest, I hope to explore their life's work, life story, and what and how they think, and do so honestly and fully. The good, the bad, and the ugly, the brilliance and the flaws. I won't whitewash their sins, but
okay, great.
I won't reduce them to a worst possible caricature of their sins either. The latter is what the mass hysteria of internet mobs too often does, often rushing to a final judgment before the facts are in. I will try to do better than that, to respect due process, in service of the truth. And I hope to have the courage to always think independently and to speak honestly.
Okay.
From the heart.
Thank you for
even
that.
when the eyes of the outrage mob.
Get to the point, sir.
Again, my goal is to understand human beings at their best and at their worst. And the hope is such understanding leads to more compassion and wisdom in the world. I will make mistakes. And when I do,
why are you? What is this disclaimer for? What did he do?
This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Kevin Spacey. You played a serial killer in the movie Seven.
Okay, so right away, that was his intro, right? He said, and what did he say in the intro? I will not downplay or whitewash whatever it is that he did. I'm going to be objective. I'm going to And that's all great. Thank you for that amazing objectivity stance and your virtue signaling. And then what happens in this video? What happens in this interview? This, to give you perspective, this interview or like this podcast episode is over 2 hours long. Okay, it's 2 hours long, and we're not going to watch all of it. But what are they talking about from the start? They're talking about the movie Seven. Okay, what about here?
For the improvisation, that it's never the same.
This is the 28th minute.
Well, there's two slightly different contexts, I think. One is in the rehearsal room. Improvisation can be a wonderful device. I mean, Sam Mendes, for example, will start.
There you go, 28th minute. The 1 hour and 3 minutes mark.
Smileys. He goes, "Oh, they're shit." And I went, "Yeah, no, how were they?" He goes, "No, they're shit. I hate them. I hate everything about them. I hate the costumes. I hate the location. I hate that you're inside. I hate the way you acted. I hate everything but the script."
They're talking about the script. We're an hour into the stream, or like this interview. 1 hour and 30 minutes.
More direct and less poetic in the way that Clinton would talk. I'll tell you this Clinton story that you'll like.
Clint Eastwood, is that it?
So we
about?
decided to do a performance of The Iceman Cometh for the Democratic Party on Broadway. And
so they're talking about a performance. So again, to give you perspective here, we are 1 hour and 40 minutes into their interview right now. And so far they have still yet to talk about the crimes that he has allegedly committed, that he was acquitted on. And it's like, oh, but you said that you were not going to downplay anything. You were going to give him the best sort of look. And hold on, let me just make sure I'm getting this right. Okay, so from the looks of it, it is they start talking about the allegations at 1 hour and 13 minutes. So it's a bit further back, so sorry, I apologize for that. But it's still, it takes them 1 hour to get into the allegations. They talk about the movie Seven, David Fincher, Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman, acting, improv, Al Pacino, Jack Lemmon, American Beauty, before they get to the allegations. Does that sound like he is trying to put this guy on the spot, like he's trying to find out what the truth is? I understand you don't want to get into it straight away, as we have done, but hour and 13 minutes until you get into the allegations, and even those are only addressed for, let's see, it starts at 1 hour and 13 minutes, and it ends at 1 hour and 30 minute mark. And after that, he talks about House of Cards, Jack Nicholson, Mike Nichols, Christopher Walken, his father, and his future. That's what that is. Does that sound like he's asking him tough questions, like he's trying to get to the bottom of the truth here? I don't think he is. So let's watch what he says in those moments where he is asked about them, and let's see how Lex Friedman treats him here. I'm sure there's no tribalistic preferences here at all.
How often did you cross the line, and what does that mean to you?
Joe Rogan was one of the first podcasts I actively keep up with for those reasons. This dude is more lifeless than Jeff Keighley. Oof. Poor Jeff Keighley. He's not that lifeless. He's just kind of nerdy for a host. Kevin Spacey's accusers died, and that's part of why he got off. There you go, Steven. Isn't that crazy, right? Isn't that crazy? 3 of them to be exact. Moodcap says, wow. 3 of them died? I thought it was just one person. But 3 of them? I mean, Wow. Is he gonna ask about that? I mean, of course he's not, but who knows? Maybe he'll change our mind. That sounds like he wants to talk about everything besides the allegations. Yes, and what it tells you is that he's first trying to kind of like play the member berries game. Let's take a look at your body of work, what you did as an actor, what you're capable of doing, and how amazing you are. And it's like, let's bring back that memory of Kevin Spacey to people, remind people how incredible you were as an actor, and make you seem like let's focus on that instead of the allegations. And that's very much different from, I think, the Piers interview that we're going to see, because Piers is the type to kind of, and I don't like Piers Morgan myself, but he's at least somebody who is going to poke the bear. And Lex Friedman only attacks the people he disagrees with. And when it comes to the people that he approves of, some of them might be because of the fact that they just share the same ethnicity as him. He's going to go easy on them, give him the softball. So let's see what he finally has to say about his allegations.
How often did you cross the line, and what does that mean to you?
Wait,
I
hold
did a
on.
lot of
That's not the part. Just a bit earlier. Hold on. There we go.
about
So he's going to get into it in
I
a
have
minute or so.
a different feeling about death now than I did 7 years ago.
Oh, really? I wonder why.
And I'm on the path to being able to be in a place where I've resolved the things I needed to resolve, and won't probably get to all of it in my lifetime, but I certainly would like to be at a place where if I were to drop dead tomorrow, it would have been an amazing life.
Okay, calm down.
So Lester got there. It sounds like Dick Van Dyke got there.
No, no. There you
Sure.
go.
You said you feared death at your lowest point. What was the lowest point?
There you go. He doesn't even ask.
November 1st.
He doesn't even ask directly. Isn't that crazy? They finally get to the topic, and it's like, oh, what's the worst thing that has ever happened to you? What do you think, Lex? Just ask the question. Just get into it.
Of 2017, and then Thanksgiving Day of that same year.
Get up. How do we get up?
So
You
let's
can't?
talk about it. Let's talk about this dark time. Let's talk about the sexual allegations against you that led to you being canceled by, the entire world for the last 7 years. I would like to personally understand the sins, the bad things you did, and the bad things you didn't do. So I also should say that the
Oh,
thing I
just
hope to do
dude.
here is to
Oh my.
give respect to due process. Innocent until proven guilty, that the
Rigged.
mass hysteria machine of the internet and clickbait journalism doesn't do.
And
So here's what
tribalism.
I understand. There were criminal and civil trials brought against you, including the one that started it
Whoa.
all when Anthony Rapp sued you for 40.
Something just happened in the game. And I think there's more enemies coming, so ooh, not good. So let's just quickly pause this. Let's see what happens in the game. Checkpoint reached. Nice. What? Okay, let's run. Run, Rudolph. You guys can't hear that, can you? Who is making that noise? I assume it's an ally. Or not, because he's shooting at us. The person on the radio, says Far Cry Lego. What about the person is making that noise? Yeah, of course. I mean, that's what I thought too. But it's the person on the radio, so the person that's shooting them. That's what we want to know. What is happening, Gabe? What is happening?
Look, Lugo. You can walk.
Oh,
It's
dang.
gonna hurt. You want morphine?
Nah. I'm gonna keep my head clear.
Okay.
Well,
Almost done here.
at least there's only one person that we have to take care of now, and Nanny all the time.
In the middle of a fucking war zone. It's impressive, seeing as the city was supposed to be uninhabited.
Exactly. Maybe it's time we got out of here. Call in the evac team.
We got 8 miles of open desert between us and the storm wall. Healers had cut us down before we took 10 steps. Our only option now is to reconnect with Gould.
You sure you want to cast our lot with the CIA?
We have no choice. You've seen what's become of the 33rd.
Captain's right. The damned are out of control. Someone's got to stop them.
I know. Can we trust them?
We cannot trust the
Gould risked his life
feds.
to save ours. He's earned my trust.
The G-Man will not be trusted.
This isn't just about finding Conrad anymore. It's about doing what's right.
By the way, later in the stream, if we get there,
Now, Adams,
we're also going to get Nerdrotic's take on this, because he's going to get interviewed by somebody else on it too, and it's just going to be crazy. Also on Piers Morgan and Critical Drinker. All right, we're
copy
here.
that. Over.
I was afraid
Let's
we
listen
lost
to
you back
this.
Well, we took a pretty good beating, but we'll live.
there. Good, because we need all the help we can get.
What's going on here, Agent?
Insanity, Captain. CIA sent us in looking for survivors. Instead, we found Dubai tearing itself apart.
Any sign of Conrad in all this?
No, none that I've seen. I heard rumors that he's still alive, but if that's true, he's in hiding somewhere. Damn it! Incoming helo! Look out!
Lugo, get him back on the radio.
Can't. Signal's dead.
Heads up!
And there's more enemies, and that's good. Oh, dang. Oh my.
Too good for Gould.
You got a problem with him, Adams?
Look, the 33rd needs to be stopped.
Oh,
Is it
that's a
Gould's
nice weapon.
revolution just stirring the shit?
Hey, he saved our ass back there. And right now, he's all we got.
Nice.
Hey, on me. I think I found a way out of here.
Yeah, Lugo. Or Adams, or whatever. Alright, let's get back to the interview then. Alright, the interview. Let's get it back.
$1 million. In these trials, you were acquitted, found not guilty, and not liable. Is that right?
Yes.
I think that's really important, again, in terms of due process. And I read all
Steven wrote earlier saying Spacey's brother said that the reason Spacey does well playing villains is because he isn't acting. Ooh. Interesting. Wow, Steven, you seem to know a lot about this case. Even more than I do, which is kind of crazy. But it's we're all creating like this one picture here. And so it's great, honestly.
a lot, and I watched a lot in preparation for this on this point, including, of course, the recently detailed interviews you did with Dan Wooten and then Allison Pearson of The Telegraph. And those are all focused on this topic, and they go in detail where you respond in detail to many of the allegations. If people are interested in the details, they can listen to those. So based on that and everything I looked at, as I understand, you never prevented anyone from leaving if they wanted to, sort of in a sexual context, for example, by blocking the door. Is that right?
Do you guys hear that? Oh, I never prevented anyone from leaving. Is that if that's the narrative you're spinning, not only are you like insensitive or like you don't even understand what is happening, you're purposefully like you understand that what you did was wrong, and that what you're saying is the best thing you have is, well, I didn't prevent them from leaving. Well, what did you do to them? What did you have on them that You know, it's like it always comes back to the power dynamic, the power play, and how you treat people in that term. You know, it's like the unspoken tension between people can also be very much real. And there's a helicopter flying, but yes, it is also something. And isn't that crazy that that is the approach they're taking? It's not like I did something wrong, which I think they're eventually going to get there, but no, it's just them saying that, yeah, you didn't prevent anyone from leaving, right? This kid that you had on your party, perhaps, allegedly, uh, you didn't necessarily prevent him from leaving, right? It's like, where would that kid go? You know, and just walk around the street, or not even the street, it was probably in some mansion. And so, like, where was the kid gonna go anyway? But even then, it's like such a ridiculous claim to make. And if that's like the best you've got, if that's what you're opening with, then just imagine what they're gonna say next.
That's correct. Yeah.
You always respected the explicit no from people. Again, in the sexual context. Is that right?
For
That's correct.
leftists, it's always, and I'm not saying these guys are leftists, although maybe Kevin Spacey is. But for leftists have this obsession with consent. You can consent to anything, and therefore it makes it all right. But in reality is that there's really a moral component to everything. So if you abuse somebody, consent really isn't just about that, because yes, you will have regret sometimes, and if you allow a different man to take control of you and to do with you as he pleases, you're going to have regrets after the fact, and you're going to recognize that what you did was sinful and that you have to repent for it. And that's something that is, like, by them focusing on consent, making an idol out of consensual relationships, which consent is only like a basis of what a relation should be, but it's far more than that. If you're going to make that your fundamental right, if that's how you're going to put it, then again, you have nothing to show for. Nothing.
You've never done anything sexual with an underage person, right?
Never.
And also, as is sometimes done in Hollywood, let me ask this. You've never explicitly offered to exchange sexual favors for career advancement, correct?
Correct.
And so now here we have him saying that he didn't do those things. Is he lying? Is he telling the truth? Who knows?
In terms of bad behavior, what did you do? What was the worst?
He's taking a sip out of a cup, so I don't know if that counts for like body language, but it was right after he said that. Maybe.
Of it? And how often did you do it?
I have heard now quite often that everybody has a Kevin Spacey story. And what that tells me is that I hit on a lot of guys.
How often did you cross the line, and what does that mean to you?
I did a lot of horsing around. I did a lot of things that at the time I thought were sort of playful and fun, and I have learned since were not. And I have had to recognize that I crossed some boundaries, and I did some things that were wrong, and I made some mistakes, and that's in my past. I mean, I've been working so hard over these last 7 years to have the conversations I needed to have, to listen to people, to understand things from a different perspective than the one that I had, and to say, I will never behave that way again for the rest of my life.
Just to clarify, I think you're often too pushy with the flirting. And that manifests itself in multiple ways. But just to make clear, you never prevented anyone from leaving if they wanted to. You always took the explicit no from people as an answer. No, stop.
Going back to
You
that
took that for
old
the
well.
answer. You've never done anything sexual with an underage person. And you've
You guys can see those walls, right? Damn the 33rd. the 33rd is our unit. It's not in reference to any sort of Freemasonry, or is it, huh? Freedom grows from bloodied sand.
Never explicitly offered to exchange sexual favors for career advancement. These are some of the sort of accusations that have been made, and in the court of law, multiple times have been shown not to be true.
But I have had a sexual life, and I've fallen in love, and I've been so admiring of people.
Those are two different things, buddy.
I mean, I'm so romantic. I'm such a romantic person that there's this whole side of me that hasn't been talked about, isn't being discussed, but that's who I know. That's the person I know. It's been very upsetting to hear that some people have said I mean, I don't have a violent bone in my body, but to hear people describe things as having been very aggressive is incredibly difficult for me. And I'm deeply sorry that I ever offended anyone or hurt anyone in any way. It is crushing to me, and I have to work very hard to show and to prove that I have learned, I got the memo, and I will never, ever, ever behave in those ways again.
From everything I've seen in public interactions with you, people love you. Colleagues love you, coworkers love you. There's a flirtatiousness. Another word for that is chemistry. There's a chemistry between the people you work with.
And by the way,
Why is he?
away from
Why is he like? You've seen people work with him and be around him. Okay, that's kind of odd, but whatever. Why are you kind of like adding your own anecdotes here, trying to play PR for him, Lex? And also, like this whole "I'm a romantic," just please stop. And he acknowledges that it was not just romanticism, right? He acknowledges that it was something more than just that. And he obviously feels blame for something. In this interview, Kevin reminds me of a character from The Usual Suspects. I have not watched that movie, but I should probably watch it. Was Kevin Spacey in that movie too? Because if he starred in that movie, then that'd be kind of hilarious, because you have a 1-2 punch with him and Bryan Singer. The obsession with consent probably started with liberalism from the French Revolution. Consent is their defining principle. Yes, it's a great observation. Liberalism definitely, it's interconnected, no doubt. His character was a minor criminal who pretended to be meek. But okay, is this a spoiler? I guess if I got spoiled, then too bad for me. But so he was in that movie. Oh wow, interesting.
my accountability for things I did where I got it wrong, I crossed the line, I pushed some boundaries.
You
I
pushed
accept
some
that.
boundaries. Doesn't
I
sound
did
very
it
romantic to me.
In which
Unless you were like doing the what's the name of that skunk from Looney Tunes who just keeps sexually harassing that female character, the female skunk, the French I forget his name, but yeah, that's the sort of romanticism you were going for, buddy. Is that it? You guys know the skunk I'm talking about from Looney Tunes, right?
flirtation, attraction, people meeting in the workspace and ending up marrying each other and having children. And
Is that what you're doing with
So it is
sleeping
it
with
is
multiple different people?
it is a space and a place where these notions of family, these notions of attraction, these notions of it's always complicated if you meet someone in the workspace and find yourselves attracted to each other. You have to be mindful of that, and you have to be very mindful that you don't ever want anyone to feel that their job is in jeopardy, or you would punish them in some way if they no longer wanted to be with you. So those are important.
Oh crap! Did I shoot my own gun, guy?
Another complexity to this, as I've seen, is that there's just a huge number of actors that look up to you.
Okay,
And
what
huge
does
number
that
of
have to
people
do
in
with
the industry that
anything?
look up to you. So just
I can look
love
up to you
I
as an industry actor, but as a human being. Maybe not so much. Oh, crap. Oops.
Just from this documentary, just a lot of people just love being around you, learning from you what it means to create great theater, great film, great
What does
stories.
that have to do
So that
with
adds to the
the
complexity.
allegations,
I wouldn't
buddy?
say it's a power dynamic like a boss employee
The skunk is Pepe Le Pew. There you go. Thanks, Steven.
relationship. It's a
I don't know. During the stream, I always blank on the names.
admiration dynamic that is easy to miss and easy to take advantage of. Is that something you understand?
I guess he's just trying to connect
And I
his
also understand that
artistry.
there are people who met me and spent a very brief period of time with me, but presumed I
With
was now
his-
going to be their mentor, and then
With
behaved
his
in a way
misbehavior.
that I was unaware of, that they were either participating or flirting along or encouraging me without me having any idea that at the end of the day they were expecting something. So these are about relationships. These are about two people. These are about people making decisions, people making choices, and I accept my accountability in that. But there are a number of things that I've been accused of that just simply did not happen, and I can't say, and I don't think it would be right for me to say, well, I everything that's ever been I've been accused of is true, because we've now proved that it isn't and it wasn't. But I'm perfectly willing to accept
How many of the
that
accusations
I
were
had behaviors that were wrong
false?
and that I shouldn't have done.
Give me a
And
percentage.
I
But
regret all of it.
obviously,
I think
he's not
this
going to
also
give us a
speaks
full
to,
percentage, like a
the
true
dark side of
percentage.
fame. The sense I got is that there are some people, potentially a lot of people, trying
Yeah,
to
Alex Friedman sounds very
make
bored.
friends with you in order to get roles, in order to advance their career. So not you
Oh,
using
crap.
them, but they trying to use you.
Dang.
Uh,
I didn't even see that guy.
what's that like? How do you know if somebody likes you, for Kevin, or
Seriously?
likes you for
This is part of the allegation segment,
like
by the way,
you said
guys.
you're romantic. You see a person, and you're like, I like this person, and they seem to like you.
And I get
How do you
that
know?
he was also referencing, oh, if you want to watch, if you want to learn more about the trial, how about you just watch those interviews that I mentioned? Those are better sources than this interview will be. But you said that you were going to seek out the truth, and you're just playing for him. You're just covering his ass.
If they like you for you.
Well, to some degree,
How
would
how
say
do you
that
know
I
if people
have
will like you,
been
buddy?
able to trust my instincts
Seriously?
on that, and that I've most of the time been right. But obviously, in the last number of years, not just with people who've accused me, but just also people in my own industry, to realize that,
This
I
section
thought we
isn't
had a
that hard.
friendship, but
I'm just a
I
bit
guess that
reckless
was
here.
about an inch thick and not what I thought it was. But look, one shouldn't be surprised by that. I have to also say, you said a little while ago that the world had canceled me, and I have to disagree with you. I have to disagree because for 7 years, I've been stopped by people, sometimes every day, sometimes multiple times a day. And the conversations that I have with people, the generosity that they share, the kindness that they show, and how much they want to know when I'm getting back to work,
I just shot you in the face, buddy.
tells me that while there may be a very loud minority, there is a quieter majority.
In the industry, have you been betrayed in life? And how do you not let that make you cynical?
So they're just playing ball with him, as you guys can see.
I think betrayal is a really interesting word.
No one
The
cares.
way we perceive it.
Or do you
Also,
guys care? Do you guys want to
very
hear about the
often,
betrayal stuff? Because I kind of
going
want to
for
just...
humor,
Maybe let's hear about the betrayal. But then we're going to cut it there.
years before, at a party I don't even remember throwing,
Ooh, party.
Part from the public viewpoint, they see guilt in that, which also is tragic because at least that particular accusation, and it's a very dramatic one, it's a $40 million lawsuit, it's a big deal, and an underage person was shown to be false.
Okay, so
But
they're talking
you're-
about that.
You're melding two things together. The lawsuit didn't happen until 2020, and then it didn't get to court until 2022. We're back in 2017 when it was just an accusation he made in BuzzFeed magazine. Look, I was backed into a corner. When someone says, you were so drunk you won't remember this thing happened, what's your first instinct? Is your first instinct to say this person's a liar?
That
Or is your
you
first instinct
doped
to
him
go,
out of his mind?
what? What? 31 years at a party I don't even remember throwing? Obviously, a lot of investigation happened after that, in which we were then able to prove in that court case that it had never occurred. But at the moment, I was sort of being told I couldn't push back. You have to be kind. You can't. I think, even to me now, none of it sounds right. But I don't know that I could have said anything that would have been satisfactory to anybody.
Okay. Well, there's a almost convincing explanation for the worst social media post of all time. I almost accept it.
I'm really surprised. I guess you haven't read a lot of media posts, because I can't believe that's the actual worst one.
It's beautifully bad. Is how bad that social media post is. As you mentioned,
He's referring to the
Neeson
coming
and
out.
Sharon Stone came out in support of you recently, speaking to your character. A lot of people who know you, and some of whom I know, who have worked with you privately, show support for you, but are afraid to speak up publicly. What do you make of that? I mean, to me personally, this just makes me sad because perhaps that's the nature of the industry, that it's difficult to do that, but I just wish there would be a little bit more courage in the world.
I don't think it's about the industry. I think it's about our time. I think it's the time that we're in, and people are very afraid.
Just afraid, just a general
No,
fear
they're
permeates the
literally
public.
afraid that they're going to get canceled if they stand up for someone who has been. And I think we've seen this many times in history. This is not the first time it's happened.
So as you said, your darkest moment in 2017, when all of this went down, one of the things that happened is you were no longer on the House of Cards for the last season. Let's go to the beginning of that show.
Nope.
One of
We're
the
not watching that.
greatest TV series of all time.
Look, I was backed into a corner. When someone says, you were so drunk you won't remember this.
Statement, that must be a thing that weighs on you.
Okay, I
not
guess
be
we're
able
just
to-
done with him. Let's get to the interesting interview. Let's bring in this guy.
Hollywood. Suddenly you're facing a trial where someone may take your liberty away for years.
Let's bring in Piers, guys. Let's bring in Piers.
To prove that I'm a man of good character.
How supportive was your co-star?
I haven't heard from Robin.
She stabbed you in the back.
No, I will not let you get away with that.
But you're Kevin Spacey, powerful man, a famous man, a double Oscar winner, is using all that to seduce someone. Do you accept that?
I can understand that perspective. Right? Pushing the boundaries, the build.
That's amazing. I mean, at the time you were one of the biggest
There we
TV
go.
stars in the world, and yet this is 7 years later.
Yeah, and
First time you've been
I'm
in
a
some
little
of this.
disappointed it's not bigger than this, but it's fine that
But does it feel strange? I mean, you're suited and booted again, which you probably haven't been in a studio like this, dressed like this, for that length of time. How does it feel?
I suppose the biggest sort of difference that I can feel in myself is that I spent so many years not wanting to talk about myself and avoiding questions about my personal life and my sexuality, and now it's just
Yes, Piers Morgan, the ultimate contrarian. When he's right, and I have to give him that. Yeah, but he's... Speaking of fence sitters, since I like to talk about those a lot, he is definitely... Nope. The cream of the crop, if so to speak. He is really, really just always. Come on, let's get to him before he gets to us. Yes, good. He is always delivering the. Why are you guys here? Just trying to play both sides, and whenever he's trying to like come up with arguments for one side, he is just always giving the like you. He is a flip flopper, like not like I haven't seen one like him. Like I don't even know. It's like watch his interviews with Andrew Tate. He claims himself to be a Christian, yet he found a lot of offensive things about what he said. He is very liberal on a lot of his positions, and yet he calls himself a Christian. A true Christian would probably not call himself those things. And just the way he does politics and the way he lies, not a fan of it. He doesn't stand by what he says most of the time. I mean, he does stand by what he says, but the things he said, like, it always depends on what sort of situation he finds himself. And again, he was pro the vax to even like perhaps even jail people, or like to make people face consequences if they didn't get the jab. That was all his idea. He was promoting that notion. He wanted people to get jabbed. And if you didn't, you were being irresponsible and you deserved government intervention. Isn't that crazy? That was Pierce. And let's not forget, he did all those things. And don't forget that. But yes, I do think that he has his moments, and I like those. And I haven't watched this interview, so let's see what happens here. Stephen continues, yeah, Pierce is consistently trying to play both sides of all issues. He went from hating Ronaldo, and then when he got an interview with Ronaldo, he turned into a Ronaldo meat writer. He annoys football fans. Pierce has no definite beliefs. Yeah, he definitely likes to read the room on a lot of things before he makes a decision. He tries to find the safest position possible. What do you think about Pierce? Steven asks Far Cry Lego. Yeah, I think Far Cry Lego probably knows who Pierce is. Like, he knows everybody.
Interesting experience that I'm the subject in many of these conversations. I've been fortunate. There's also been conversations about the work that I've done and the work that I hope to do, but it's just been unusual for me
Far Cry
to
Lego knows him.
find myself in a place where I am okay with having conversations about things that for a very long time I was so determined.
I can't
and
see, guys. This
kept
is.
people away.
Hold on. You guys see this? Zoom in. This is me trying to aim. I can't aim. If I move forward, there you go. Oh, and he leaves cover. He breaks cover. Crazy.
I feel like now I have nothing to hide, and I want to live a more open life than the one that I did for
How
a long time.
close to being broken have you been by the experience of the last 7 years?
There's been a couple of times when it was very dark and when I was at my lowest.
What was the lowest moment for you?
I think probably a few days after this all began, which was in late October.
Well, I can tell you exactly when it was, because I happened to be with you by pure chance
Oh,
on October the 27th, 2017, at the BAFTA Britannia Awards in Los Angeles,
For Dick Van Dyke.
hosted by Jack Whitehall, an English guy, obviously. And I was in the audience, and you came out to present Dick Van Dyke with an Excellence in Television Award.
Yeah.
Dick in his 90s, obviously.
Yeah.
And you said this, and I only know this because I wrote it in my diary, which was published in the Daily Mail at the time. And you said Dick's mother conceived him out of wedlock, which was scandalous in 1925. Somehow in over 90 years, that's the only scandal Dick's ever been involved in, even passively. And I then added,
the guy jumped out of the truck. The bus.
Around Mr. Spacey are true, then very soon the same may not be said of him. And I don't know what those rumors were that I was talking about, but that's what I wrote contemporaneously.
Wow.
And 6 hours after you presented that award to Dick Van Dyke, your world basically caved in with an email informing you
Oh crap.
that this man, Anthony Rapp, was making allegations that you had made sexual advances to him when he was just 14, more than 30 years before.
Yeah.
And on the Monday, everything blew up.
Yes.
So your world literally turned upside down within hours of me last seeing you.
You're very close, but it was actually, that was on a Friday night.
Yeah.
And the article didn't come out until Sunday morning. We didn't find out until Sunday.
So it's more like 36 hours.
In fact, I can tell you what happened in between Friday night and Sunday was that on Saturday afternoon, Ridley Scott showed me the final cut of All the Money in the World.
Really?
Which was the first time I saw it. And
Which you were then later removed from.
I was later removed from, but I was incredibly proud of it. I think Ridley made an extraordinary movie, and I'm obviously very sorry he made the decision he made. But, you know, hey, Chris Plummer is a wonderful actor. He was a friend of mine. But I'm hoping that maybe someday our version of the movie might be able to be seen.
I mean, that was kind of symbolic. You pretty much got airbrushed by Hollywood. They ran for the hills. You were persona non grata. You rushed out a statement at the time, which you've now
We're
said,
gonna die.
with hindsight, was a bit of a disaster. Probably on multiple levels, not least of which you came out as a gay man. In this
Buck Religo says, I don't like him, but he does say how it is, and so that is something I give him credit for. Watching Piers Morgan was not something I was expecting to see happen. Yeah. Well, it's going to be an interesting interview. Let's just put it that way.
And
I saw some clips.
I'll read a part of it here. You said, I have a lot of respect and admiration for Anthony Rapp as an actor. I'm beyond horrified to hear his story. I honestly do not remember the encounter. It would have been over 30 years ago. But if I did behave as he describes, I owe him a sincerest apology for what would have been deeply inappropriate drunken behavior. And I'm sorry for the feelings he describes having carried with him all these years. This story has encouraged me to address other things about my life. I know that there are stories out there about me and that some have been fueled by the fact I've been so protective of my privacy. As those closest to me know, in my life I've had relationships with both men and women. I've loved and had romantic encounters with men throughout my life.
So this was the post
man, I want to deal with this honestly and openly, and that starts with
where he came out after the allegations.
He had said, Anthony Rapp, that back in 1986, when he was just 14, that you laid on top of him at a party at his apartment, at your apartment, and that the star was trying to seduce him. He said, he picked me up like a groom picks up the bride over the threshold, but I don't like squirm away initially because I'm like, what's going on? But he lays on top of me, he's trying to seduce me. I was away, he was trying to get with me sexually. And that prompted your statement. Looking back at the whole scandal, this seems to me the absolutely pivotal moment for you, which, had you chosen a different way to handle this, perhaps there would have been a different pathway. Do you feel that?
I'm not sure that I could have said anything that would have been satisfactory. I mean, I listen to that now, and it's just awful.
What do you feel when you hear your own words?
Well, it takes me back to that day, that Sunday. It takes me back to the hours that we were given to respond. I mean, you know, we were given no time to respond.
What about why doesn't he talk about how it takes him back to that party as opposed to the trauma that he had to endure from facing the allegation? Like, did it happen? Did it not? Why are you talking about going back to something we already talked about? Anyway, what are they talking about here?
Not the only one.
Oh, I guess it's over. Never mind.
Context for viewers you may not remember, but this was the time that the Harvey Weinstein scandal had just blown up. Me Too and Time's Up had erupted. There was a frenzy in Hollywood with all sorts of people getting dragged into this. So presumably part of your thinking is, I don't want to be one of these people. I need to deal with this quickly.
Yes,
Is
and,
Piers playing ball with him
I
too?
have to take full responsibility for that statement. It stops with me. It was a bad statement. I should have made separate statements about my sexuality and about his accusation.
Yeah, you think?
I suppose that the only thing I can hope is that now that we were able to prove in a federal court
Oh, brother.
Jesus.
that the accusation.
Ghoul
may
led a
have been
bunch of
grabbed.
armed looters against trained soldiers.
He didn't know this was gonna happen. Maybe the loss was worth the gain.
I was coming from a place.
What's gonna happen here, guys? What's gonna happen? Oh, brother. I hear people choking.
Hold up. You smell that?
You're kidding, right? We're ankle deep in death. Of course I smell it.
No, not that.
The big thing is happening soon. Hold on then. We gotta, in that case, we gotta pause this. You ready for the moment? Ooh. What moment? Let's watch this then. What's gonna unravel here? Or is it after this? Oh, what the what is going on? What if we touch them, guys? What do you think? Is this a flashback? After this, you see the thing. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Were they going to torch all of them? Oh wow. This is like a face-off against this guy. Interesting, interesting. I thought this was like a flashback sequence for a sec. Well then, this is going to be very interesting.
Ghoul led a bunch of armed looters against trained soldiers.
He didn't know this was gonna happen. Maybe the loss was worth the gain.
Let's just go. Run, run, run. I can't run. Interesting, interesting. Dang, this guy's still alive.
Hold up. You smell that?
You're kidding, right?
We can't die here anymore because we
Of course I smell it.
look at this slow beginning.
Not that.
Let's just be more careful now. Okay, what's happening here? Sparks are coming up from here. So it's an assault on all these people. White phosphorus. Okay, let's hide somewhere.
Soldiers, dead ahead.
Did they see us? Should we hide from them? What do you think? Well, it's not like we have a choice, do we? My grenades are not going to work here. Okay.
This is a little overkill, don't you think? Orders are orders.
Really curious to see what's going to happen if we just...
What's the plan for Gould? We taking him back to the tower?
You have to fight them. Okay. This guy looks like a boss fight. I can't throw grenades. Oh dang, it's over for us. No, hide. Oh, the controls once he runs are just so sluggish. I can't make a turn around if he's just running. So I have to stop running and then turn around or like make a weird turn. Okay, whatever. In that case, let's keep watching the interview. We basically have to defeat him. It's good to know. So let's get back to the interview.
There was a frenzy in Hollywood. Suddenly you're facing a trial where someone may take your liberty.
Let's kind of move up here.
To do, but it's just been unusual for me to find myself in a place where I am okay with.
We talked about this. Talked about this, and here we
It's
go.
a bad statement. I should have made.
multi-million dollar lawsuit in a Manhattan federal court, but the jury took little over an hour to come back and find you not guilty. And in closing arguments, your lawyer said that Rapp had made up the encounter and suggested reasons why he may have done it. It may be possible, she said, that Rapp invented it based
I
on
mean,
the
it sounds very
situation from
suspicious.
Sons, a play in which actor Ed Harris picks up Rapp's character and lays on top of him, mistaking him briefly for his wife before discovering it's his son. They came back in just over an hour, and the court ordered Rapp, the accuser, to pay you £40,000. We have a check, I think, a picture of the check at the time. So it's an emphatic, clear victory for you. But it also, to me, again, when I look back at the statement you made, if you just hadn't made that statement in the way you made it, then your next few years could have been very different. I'm not saying they would have been, but they could have been.
So the statement made it a problem?
Poorly thought through statement. And, but again, I
So,
hope the fact
okay,
that
so no.
I'm not guilty of what I was accused of.
So the statement was the problem all along? Had he not made the statement, he would have been mostly okay? He was probably, here's my take, honestly. He's probably guilty. He's being protected by whoever it is, the elites, whatever. Now they're trying to play the PR game of trying to make up for his name, make him seem like he's a good guy all along, who was wrongfully convicted. And now that they're trying to kind of salvage his reputation and save his name, bring him back, which they're going to fail. Make no mistake. No one is buying into this crap. Hopefully. Although there are people now in the comments acting like, oh, I didn't know he was proven to be innocent. The media lies. So they take that sort of stance on this whole thing, which is just so juvenile, but whatever. So yeah, I just think he's a protected individual, and none of this rings any true. So he probably, when he put out that statement, he was trying to salvage his reputation, but then once they were able to clear his name in the courts, he looked back on that statement and realized how he made himself sound guilty, and that's because he probably was. Kevin was guilty of everything and more, says Steven. Interesting. What do you mean by and more? Like, are you like trying to make are you trying to like highlight the fact that he was guilty, or is there actually something else that he did that was not a part of the trial? Or like yeah.
Will, at least in hindsight, make people understand why I might have made it. And I also just would add that I hope that someday Anthony Rapp can accept that he had a faulty memory. That's what I would like to believe.
Have you had any
happened.
contact with him?
I have had no contact with him. But I would like to believe that at some point he'll recognize that with all the evidence that we presented at trial, which is why we were able to have the outcome that we did.
So Anthony is still alive, from what I'm gathering. He's still alive, but everyone else that accused him of stuff is dead.
On this.
Anthony being the kid who was allegedly approached by Kevin.
Say that his memory was faulty. And I think if he did that, that would go a long way to, I think, heal himself and also be healing for me.
One of the key reasons that I think it led to such an emphatic decision by the jury was John Barrowman, an actor well known in the UK, stepped forward for you. He was about 19 at the time, I think, and he was there at the same time.
Yes.
And he was emphatic that this just didn't happen.
Well, he was emphatic about the fact that really the foundation for Anthony's claim was that he had gone to a party that I had thrown where he had escaped into a bedroom, and that later I came into that bedroom and swayed in a doorway Well, I had no bedroom. There was no doorway. There was no party. And the only time that he was in my apartment was with John.
That doesn't sound like something you would just kind of forget or make up. No, it sounds serious. It sounds like something you would definitely. How do we defeat this guy? Is it just, headshots? How do we escape from him? Because he's very difficult.
After we had dinner together, and they wanted to come and meet my dad.
I'll be back. Yeah, take your time. Then he could come back. I think Kevin put out a hit on his accusers, which is why I said and more. Oh, of course, I see.
So again, I think there must be reasons why this happened, and I'm trying as best I can in a lot of these cases to seek understanding and not judgment. My best friend in this world and manager, Evan Lowenstein, has worked very hard with me over these years to try to help me get to a place where I come out the other side of this, not bitter, not angry, not revengeful, but more compassionate, having more empathy, more understanding, being more present, and working on myself in all the ways that I have over these last 7 years.
What was going through your head when this all was going down in the first few days? Because you were the double Oscar winner.
We don't necessarily care about this part.
Out in a way that was not the best.
I don't care about what he's feeling. I don't care about what he felt in the moment. I care about the facts. And so far, everyone is just placating to the idea that they're going to be really putting him on the spot and trying to learn. Well, not put him on the spot, but trying to learn information. And so far, a lot of it is just feelings-based.
I would like to try to be as positive a voice for those who are experiencing difficulty in embracing their own selves and their own lives.
You see, already you're getting quite emotional, which is completely understandable, but it shows me that underneath, you've come in, you look back to your old kind of Frank Underwood look in many ways, and yet the scars must be deep. I mean, they must be hard for you. This 7 years you've been through.
Yes, but look, I appreciate that, and as I say, there have been times when it's been challenging, but there's also been times, Piers, have been incredible. I've been able to witness genuine
Guys, get in, please.
friendship, love. I'm closer to my family.
Why is he not distracted?
I'm closer to myself than I've ever been.
Are you a better person?
I absolutely believe I'm a better person.
There we go.
What was the old Kevin Spacey like when you're being
that was easier than I thought.
You were like before the ground zero of that day in October 2017. When you look at yourself critically, what was that person like?
I think as much as I tried to be a good human being, I think that there were bouts with arrogance, there were bouts with my ego, there were bouts with, I look back at times when I think, wow, I wasn't as kind as I could have been. I wasn't as generous as I could have been. I wasn't as prepared as I
don't
could have
care.
been.
Like, what is this tabloid
I look back now I was so
Oprah type
focused
discussion?
and determined on what happened on stage and in front of a screen that I missed a lot of things that were happening off screen and off stage. And now
like, this guy is just going on and on about this stuff. Like, why?
I just want to show you a clip. This is from
We don't care.
2 Oscar wins, because it's very unusual to win more than 1 Oscar. You've done it twice.
And the Oscar is presented to Kevin Spacey in The Usual Suspects.
There we go. Here we have it. Usual Suspects.
Well, whoever Kaiser Soze is, I can tell you he's going to get gloriously drunk tonight.
And the Oscar goes to Kevin.
Jeff, is this nonsense? Ask Steven. Just word soup with no substance. Yes, it's a lot of just like Oprah type commentary based on How did you feel about this? What is the takeaway from all this? Who were you back then? It's like, okay, then. Why is he showing us this clip? Let's find out. And then let's get to the gameplay.
For pointing out my worst qualities. I know you do it because you love me. And that's why I love playing Lester. Because we got to see all of his worst qualities and we still grew to love him.
Pierce, are you trying to stop?
Kind of ironic. I don't know what you would call it. Poignant, interesting.
What's up with all these?
Saying there.
See, this is probably Pierce trying to appear safe again, just because it's been proven in law that, or like, he won the trial, he's been acquitted, therefore he must be 100% in the clear, even though he's not addressing all the other controversies surrounding that.
Staring quite intently at it. What were you thinking?
Like the deaths of all these people.
I travel with a number of photographs. So I just always like to have photos and things from my life. And one of the photographs I travel with is a picture that was taken the morning of the Usual Suspects Academy Awards. And it's a picture of my mother and me at the Ivy restaurant on Ocean in Santa Monica. We had this wonderful brunch that morning. And when I see that, I just think, wow, that was a morning where there was possibility. I didn't think I was going to win. I was pretty sure I wasn't going to win. I was this.
Seriously, we're asking him about his Oscar win.
When he was doing that.
Anyway, let's see what the game is trying to do here. Yeah, there we go. Let's move this to the side. And yeah, let's play the game.
These people were beaten. The fight was over.
It's a message to the survivors.
Let's see what's going to happen here. Now I'm somehow more interested in whatever's going to happen in this game, especially that Far Cry Lego hyped us up a bit. Okay. Oh, for F's sake. I have a pic of my mom and me. I'm innocent, guys. Believe me, I'm normal and like my mom. Shake my head. That was annoying. It was. You claim to speak for these people, Agent Gold. Now would be the time to prove it. Are we gonna watch torture? Huh, weird animation. Come on, guys. Run faster. You want me to reload? Sure. Let's see what's gonna happen.
If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a fool or suicidal. You'd have to be to attack the gate head on.
See, I think your little assault was meant as a distraction.
A cover for your partner, Agent Riggs.
You got to save him.
Where he is.
You get to save him or don't.
Fair enough. Next.
Slow up. Gotta be smart about this. Okay.
We're fighting against the CIA agent, so obviously we're gonna save him.
Begin.
Oh, dang. Wow.
Fuck it. I'm taking the shot. Wait for your orders, Sergeant.
Make your choice. Good luck.
Take care of the rest of them.
Okay.
Yes, still have nothing to say, Agent? Maybe if you understood the hell you put these people through. Set them up.
Walker, over here. We've got to save these civilians. Now's our chance, Walker. We got an open path straight to Gould. What about the civilians? We got to save them. Look,
I know it sucks, but Gould's vital to our mission. The civvies aren't.
Our mission is to rescue people.
Goodbye, CIA
Please,
agents.
Captain, we need Gould. Let me take the shot.
We can't let these people die, Walker. You know it's the right call.
Begin.
We gotta save Gould.
One down!
Okay, the target is down.
Here we go.
Adams, you're with me.
Oh crap, we're gonna die straight away. Lol. That's hilarious. But yeah, we're gonna save him. Don't worry, we're gonna save him. I'm like, yeah, it's CIA. What do you expect me to do? That's the only right choice you can ever make in this. Okay, so you've chosen death. Yes, I've chosen death. Exactly. I'm gonna skip this, of course.
I don't think I knew what I was. I think I knew I felt things, and I was.
Steven, did you? I think you saw this interview, right?
I was that young. But you know, I've tried as best as I can.
Watch me just change my decision totally.
Took from being a medic in World War II and serving the United States as patriotically as any young soldier had, and going through his albums and going through his diaries and seeing what he wrote about what he felt when he went to Germany after the war, and the slow indoctrination that happened to him with a number of people who came into his life, and how he found a reason that he wasn't able to succeed as the great creative writer he wanted to be. It's a sad and long journey.
Is he gonna cry?
I also need to seek forgiveness. I mean, yes, he lectured.
Wait, who is he talking about?
And my sister and my brother for hours and hours and hours and hours about his beliefs, and it was, you know, for me, I was so afraid to bring my friends home. I mean, my best friend Mike, who's still my great friend to this day, I was afraid to bring him home because he was Jewish. And I was afraid that my
And you're not?
his door open and he would see this Nazi flag hanging there. I was terrified of what he might say.
He literally hung a Nazi flag.
Yes. Yes. And so when I discovered theater in the 8th grade, and debate club and, you know, choir and rehearsals for festivals and anything I could do that kept
Oh, it's this guy again.
having to come home, I did. And I protected my friends from that. But it's also, you know, that I learned at a very early age that I believed that secrets kept me safe. And I've since accepted that they really didn't, and they really don't.
Did you ever have conversations
Oh crap!
with your
Oh crap!
mother that
We're dead. We're dead. No, don't.
reconciling
Game. I didn't want to heal him. I wanted to speed away from him. That's why I press X to speed run away from you. To sprint.
Was suffering from a brain tumor.
Should be a different button.
Take her life in 11 months.
Okay.
There were moments when we would talk. There were moments when I could share with her things about myself that I never had. And I'm grateful that, and I miss her.
When did she die?
She died in 2003.
Wait.
So just before.
What? So you still want to save the CIA? I'm just totally confused as to what's happening right now. We're saving the CIA right now? I don't want to be doing that. Or do you want to... I want them to die? How's that? So that means I just leave him to die? I thought that, you know, the guy we were saving was not part of the CIA. And you're saying that the guy we're saving is from like, oh my gosh. Well then, that totally flew over my head. And save the civils. Wait, just one question. Is the guy we're saving, is he from the CIA? Let me know.
I came to London to
Yes or no?
start at the Old Vic.
What have you?
You can tell me again.
Yourself? Feels to me like you've gone on a massive.
He is working with the CIA, so yes. Oh.
Journey of self.
In that case, bye.
I've learned many things. Some of them had to do with the issues that have arisen. Some of them have had to do with other things, learning about myself, learning about what I was so afraid of. I was just watching Nathan Lane got an award in New York this week from the LGBTQ plus community. I just watched an interview that Ian McKellen had done. And listening to both of them talk about how difficult it was for them. You know, I mean, Nathan Lane is this iconic figure who worked in Broadway and a lot of musicals and, you know, had never gotten married. So, you know, people might have made the assumption that he was gay, but he was still, throughout a lot of his professional life, was terrified to say it.
Did that resonate with you?
It resonated with me. I felt for him because I saw myself. And just as Ian McKellen, I mean, McKellen was 49 when he came out.
Let's skip this part. Let's go here.
I'm very grateful for
being cancelled.
The fellowship that I have built through the rehab program, the friends that I've made.
Don't worry, you won't die, he said.
The conversations that I've had with individuals.
Yeah, I'm not worried.
Experiences with, relationships with. And to listen and to understand and to grow and change and to realize that I'm not static.
Let's just talk about the criminal trial you faced. You won that civil case emphatically. You also won the criminal case.
Steven says, and there it is now. He's lying to garner support from the LGBT community. He's ticking all the pandering checkboxes. He's framing himself as being scared of his sexuality after sneakily trying to compare those who tried to cancel him to Nazis. This is spineless groveling prepared by a PR agent firm, says Steven. Pretty accurate assessment here.
You were found again not guilty. You know, when you mention Kevin Spacey...
Honestly, everything about this comes off as calculated PR firm stunt.
Seen any of the recent interviews you've done, you could be forgiven from a lot of the coverage about you in thinking that you must have been convicted. You know, you're not working. Your acting career's been frozen for 7 years. And yet you were found not guilty in a criminal court. And you were found not guilty.
You were supposed to take him out silently. Oh wait, I'm Walker.
Why have you been so emphatically cancelled, do you think?
Well then. Can we die? Should we die?
There are no adults in the room. To some degree.
Whatever.
I mean, look, I'm grateful to you and people like you who have, I'm not going to say you've supported me, but you definitely have supported the idea that has surrounded me of I wasn't offered a due process in sort of the public arena.
Well, you weren't. There's no question. You were found guilty by the court of public opinion, which happens so often to people in all different ways, some trivial, some serious. But I also believe just in fairness. You know, you were taken through the court process in a...
You could have went through this in the cell.
And you were found not guilty. And when that happens to people, a sort of ongoing prosecution because people just want to nail you strikes me as not very fair.
Well, I think that
Oh,
we
those are
have
my guys.
experienced this before in our
That's
history.
hilarious.
Certainly my industry has experienced it before. And even though
I just kind of want to get killed and try
that
again.
to happen again, I'm talking now specifically about the blacklist, which was, you know, a lot of people
Yeah,
talk about
I
Hollywood
wanted to
10,
die.
Dalton Trumbo, and we know about those people, but there were more than 479 people whose lives were largely destroyed by being accused of being communists. And
So now he's trying to. Now he's trying to appeal to commies.
I mean, you go and, you know, there's an incredible book about Charlie Chaplin called Charlie Chaplin versus the United States of America.
Yeah.
And it is extraordinary. The number of columnists who were talking to the FBI, talking to Hoover, and then writing stories about people who, I mean, Lee Grant couldn't get a job for 12 years because she wouldn't testify against her husband in front of the House on Activities Committee on American. And so we've seen this before, and I think that
The Red Scare was
I'm
not
an expert in this, but what I've
effective
observed
enough. It should have been. It should have
there
been
is
more
a lot of
effective.
fear. People are afraid for their own careers and their own positions if they stand in solidarity with somebody who has been found not guilty. And I hope that as time goes on, that will begin to shift in the right direction.
Yes, always. Same thing with the Oppenheimer movie. The guy was an awful criminal, and yet we're supposed to feel some form of sympathy towards the guy. That's the narrative they've crafted around him. You kill him, yes. And that's what they do, is that they try to make these evil people out into martyrs, into make us feel more sympathy towards them, even though they were clearly guilty of what they did, and they're always trying to shift the blame to somebody else. What the heck? I thought I put on my silencer. Oh, now he puts it on. Are you kidding me? Whatever, let's just die again. It's not like, oh, you guys are not even seeing this, so yeah, you're not even seeing the chaos.
Was Los Angeles masseurs who didn't want to be named, claimed that you had groped him at a house in Malibu in California, sued you for sexual battery, gender violence, battery assault, intentional infliction of emotional distress and false imprisonment, and then died before the legal action reached court. What do you want to say about that?
Well,
because as you know, social media was ablaze after that. This was all obviously a sinister thing. Maybe this guy had been shut up, blah, 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 the usual
yes.
stuff.
Well, they're actually...
But in terms of the legality of the case, what is your response to it?
My response to it is that we had irrefutable evidence to show that I wasn't even in the state of California when he made this accusation had occurred. And we were very confident that we were going to be able to present, as we have in other cases, that evidence. I also would simply say this was a man who was over 60 years old. And so there's lots of stories about me, you know, enjoying the company of younger men. So this was the first time I was accused of abusing a senior citizen. And, you know, we found out from his family that he had cancer prior to filing that civil suit, and he died of cancer. And, you know, it was sad.
He died of cancer.
To go in front of
Are you kidding me?
And to prove our innocence. There have been a couple of other stories about alleged accusers who also passed away, which is entirely not true. In the first place, one of those people was not an accuser. She was a stalker, and in fact stalked me for many years, sent white powder in the mail to the Old Vic Theater, called in bomb threats to the Old Vic Theater. We had to evacuate the theater on a number of occasions, and threatened my life. And she was arrested, charged, and convicted in a court in the United States and served more than 4 years in prison. And when she got out of prison, she started making.
So there's two
more
possibilities
threats,
here. What he's saying is true, or he's just protected class citizen. Good, that worked. Or he's protected class citizen who can get away with anything. He can get any person murdered, Clinton style. And that's that. So which one is it? Did we just get spotted? I don't care about this. I'm just, because you're not seeing this anymore, but I just want to leave this place. Oh, brother. Can we, fuck right, go, can we pass this? What do you want me to Google? Can we pass this just doing stealth and nothing else? Because it seems like it wants us to take the stealthy option, but then it ends up getting us in this shootout anyway. So, like, what's the point? Just let us know. So, Google stuff. Is there anything in particular you want me to Google? Google. Yes, of course, a Hollywood actor cries about McCarthyism. Professional victims. Yeah, McCarthyism. Like I said, it didn't go... It wasn't harsh enough. It should have been trying. It should never have backed down, and it just failed. I did the stealth option. That's what I did. Yep, you can. Good. That's what we're gonna do next. I just don't know how they saw us. Maybe I was just not being careful. Maybe that's it. But yeah, that's kind of insane that, again, he's going back to these same old narratives. No, my Google stuff was finishing a previous comment about Jamie from Joe Rogan Googling whatever Rogan wants to verify what guests say. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that'd be good to have on our team.
It was being examined by the court whether she was going to go back to prison when she was hit by a car and died of her injuries. And there was someone else who had told a funny story about having had an encounter with me in which I made a pass at him. He told it in a very jokey way. And then sadly, he'd been an individual who had a lot of issues and a lot of substance abuse, and he was fighting back and talking about mental health. And he had a book that he'd written. And in that radio interview, he told this story. A year later, when he sadly took his own life, someone then said that he'd accused me of this, that he was a victim, and there was no court case with him. There was no court case with this woman who was
But
a stalker.
he just happened to die.
This is just internet, conspiracy theories.
So is it just that he was an accuser? Is it just because he wasn't technically an accuser that you're trying to say, well, he was not an accuser? Okay, well, so he was not accused. He wasn't accusing you of anything at that moment. But was he planning to? Number one, or maybe was he just a... Who else could have he been? Somebody who was on the scene who could have maybe testified against you. I don't know. It's just, just pay attention to what he picked apart. He picked apart the notion that the person was not an accuser. That's what he went after. He didn't go after the fact that the person didn't know him. He didn't go after the fact that he had nothing to do with him. Or the fact that he didn't do anything to the person. He didn't say anything about that. He just said, no, the person was not an accuser, which is an interesting, an interesting point to kind of make, to phrase it that way. And who knows, maybe he would have been an accuser. So that's another word, like a way to bypass the phrase, and bypass the lie. Technically, I'm not lying. I'm just omitting the information. Technically, it's being dishonest. It's being disingenuous. Where he just says, well, he was going to accuse me, but he didn't because we killed him. Therefore, he is all good. And he was not an accuser. That's not what he said.
sexual offences against 4 men between 2004 and 2013, and you were found not guilty on.
He's saying that the same way his character in the Usual Suspects speak. Oh, Steven says, I'll read that again. He's saying this the same way his character in The Usual Suspect speaks. Interesting.
All counts. Now, a criminal trial is, by definition, a lot more serious than a civil case. Civil case, the bar can be a lot lower, right, for guilt, and you, again, you'll be found not guilty there. When you're facing a criminal trial of that magnitude, had you been found guilty on all counts, I mean, you would likely have gone to prison for a considerable period of time.
I believe so, yes.
Did that thought play on your mind a lot? I mean, how does that feel? You're an
How do we pass this to the other side without getting noticed?
Someone may take your liberty away for years.
Only if we'd had a crazy jury. Only if people hadn't actually listened and taken the time to weigh the evidence that we presented in
There we go.
defense, would that have ever been possible. But we were very, very fortunate. I had an incredible team. Evan was a part of that team, even though he's not a lawyer. But what we were able to present as facts, there was really, I mean, look, the day it happened,
Just let him kill him.
the actual day where they're gonna come in and tell you what the verdicts are. Yeah, you're definitely. I was definitely.
Are those civilians?
What if
Black
this doesn't
Lego?
go the way
I think those are civilians, right?
I hope. But as each count was read, and as each time the juror said, "Not guilty," I knew that we had presented the right case, and I knew that we had the evidence to prove I was not guilty of those things that I was accused
I
of.
guess we can save the civilians.
And his husband, David Furnish, both gave witness statements, Elton by video from his home in the south of France. What did that mean?
What the heck? That didn't do anything to him?
His stature step up for you.
Oh wait, we're gonna have to shoot them anyway? Oh crap.
You've actually just reminded me that
What?
Elton was the first email I got on October 30th of 2017.
What now?
After the rap story had come out,
Kevin.
saying, "We love you. Whatever you need, we're here for you." And Elton has been there, and David have been there ever since.
Oh crap, where's
What's
this
most
shit coming
interesting
from?
about the fact that they testified in the trial in the UK was that I didn't ask them. I told them a piece of information that one of the accusers had said about them, which was not true. And Elton and David said, "Well, we have to testify." And I was like, "Are you kidding? No, we absolutely have to testify. We have to let the jury know that this individual is not telling the truth." And they insisted on it. That's the kind of friends that I have, that I've been very fortunate to have in my life.
Have you seen Elton since?
Yes.
What did you say to him?
Well, I gave him a big hug and David a big hug. We had a wonderful
Oh crap. Get out of
dinner
here.
in France last summer. Evan and Lucy were there, and it was
Shoot, shoot,
It
shoot.
was very beautiful.
It's over for us. It's over for us. He was not even shooting. You guys saw that.
Chips are down, but you really have, haven't you?
Jeez.
Yes, but I also don't catastrophize about the people that I haven't heard from yet.
Should be close to the CVs.
Yeah,
The
there are
civils.
some people who definitely ran into the forest. But there are other people that have, it took 6 months. It
What?
took a
You
year,
need
it
to
took
go.
maybe 2 years.
What do I need to go to? Is it like a different, like, what do you mean? Do I need to go?
We're 7 years. I'm still here.
Oh, I see. What you need to do is go to where the civilian is. The fact that the game puts us at the very beginning of this mission is just so cruel. We can't just go. It's so stupid. They really want us to save this guy, and I'm not gonna do it. Where you need to go is go to where the civilians are, and get close to them, right? And just like that, Kevin threw everyone who wasn't on his side under the bus. After the guards are gone, yep. It's just ridiculous. Wait, what do you mean after the guards are gone? They're constantly there. And they're flipping heads to see who's going to kill them. Stop blocking my way. So Kevin, what were you saying? Because let's just listen to what he said.
Yes.
What did you say to him?
Well, I gave him a big hug and David a big hug. We had a wonderful dinner in France last summer. Evan and Lucy were there, and it was a really beautiful, it was very beautiful.
It's an old cliche that you find out who your friends are when the chips are down, but you really have, haven't you?
Yes, but I also don't catastrophize about the people that I haven't heard from yet. Because, yeah, there are some people who definitely ran into the forest. But there are other people that have, you know, it took 6 months, it took a year, it took maybe 2 years, it took, you know, we're 7 years. I'm still hearing from people that I hadn't heard from. And I try not to decide what that means. You know, some people just don't know what to say. They don't know.
You say go now. Go where?
And so
Behind
I
them?
continually find myself being very moved.
Like,
by people
I
who
can
take
ignore
the time,
them? I don't want to ignore
and
them,
to
right?
reach out and to find out how I'm doing.
Can I save these people and still not get into a gunfight?
After the initial allegations from Anthony Rapp, more than 50 other allegations came out in varying
You said
degrees of
yes.
sexual misconduct.
Trying to get this guy to
I
shoot
say
him.
You've never been convicted of any offences. When you look at the totality of all these people coming up to say, well, he did this to me, he did this to me, he groped me here,
Oh,
he tried
dang.
to kiss me here, you know,
He
all
got
that
killed
kind of
anyway.
stuff. I've read that you've reached out to some of these people and had good conversations with them.
I'm
and kind of
confused
put
as
these
to what you
things
mean.
to some form of closure. Is that right?
It is right that I have reached out to my friends who I had relationships with or encounters with. There are a whole lot of people that have made claims that I have not reached out to. And the reason for that is that I do not feel that I need to have a conversation with somebody who is completely
I don't think this game is very clear about its decisions. Like,
I'm absolutely 150% prepared.
you need to use silencers full time. Was I not using silencers?
Bad behavior.
I was using silencers all the time.
See, what I was told, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know you, we've met a few times, but I don't know you at all. But what I was told by people who do know you is that in your thespian days in the theatre world, you'd put on a play, you'd all go
But
out,
with pistols.
you'd all have a few
Where do I find the
drinks,
pistols?
You're very flirtatious, and you would be quite suggestive with people, and a lot of them didn't mind that at all. And some people, maybe with revisionist hindsight, maybe not, did mind it, but that you were pretty indiscriminate in your kind of borderline, maybe crossing the borderline, inappropriate behaviour. Would you admit to that?
Yes.
I'm not talking about anything criminal.
Absolutely.
I'm just talking
Yes.
about general kind of inappropriate behaviour.
Absolutely true.
Pistols, but
You
with
recognise
silencers. Yes,
characterization? I
sure.
absolutely
So where do you find those
And
pistols?
it's important for me to recognize that. It's been important for me to understand that. It's been important for me to hear and listen to someone else's perspective. Why they didn't feel they could say something to me at the time. It's very, very important. You know, we are theater rats. You know, we become families. You
Okay, so that's
come every
Elton
day. It's not
John.
like a movie, you know. Where
Let's skip to 44th minute.
I've heard countless stories about relationships that began.
It's
with
crazy
one of
that
the
I'm
parties being more aggressive
more
than the
concerned
other.
with the video now,
40% of all
and the
marriages
game still didn't
historically
move.
began in the workplace. Historically, with an older man in a superior position to a slightly younger woman.
Hmm.
That was just the nature of the workplace. Now it's very difficult to see how those numbers could possibly be happening because people are pretty much not allowed to have any workplace relationships. So it's been a massive societal change, which many think has gone too far. Do you think the pendulum post-Me Too, you were caught up in that first wave, that hysterical first wave that saw many people taken down, but do you think it's gone too far?
Well, I could say yes, and not just in my particular case. There have been others that I feel, you know, they may have been inappropriate. They may have done something that they wish they hadn't done, but I didn't think that what it was, and maybe what they even admitted to, was so heinous that they should have lost their career or their ability to make their livelihood. I think that is too far. But I also think we have to be mindful that it doesn't swing back too far in the other direction, because, you know, you mentioned in 2017, the Harvey Weinstein investigation, I think had impact.
I cannot command him to kill anyone.
Impact because the New York Times, its journalists, its editors, Ronan Farrow, and the people he was working with, they investigated those claims for more than a year before
How did he?
print. They were
There we go.
confident at what
Who
they
are these
had.
people
Did you know
shooting
Harvey
them?
Weinstein was that guy?
Sure, yeah.
You did?
Yeah, I did a couple movies for Miramax.
But did you know what he was like?
I knew I had a lot of arguments with him, but I didn't
Whatever.
know anything about what was going on privately. No, not at all.
People have tried to lump you in with him.
So,
How do you feel about that?
I'm calling doubt on that one.
I try to understand that people
Well, that's
wanna resolve
Lugo.
things very quickly, and all I hope, all
Oh, there we
evidence
go. We
that
found the
we've
gun,
known
guys.
for a long time
Now we
is
have it.
asking people
That's hilarious.
to ask questions.
You just have to
find
kill
out,
him.
To not believe a headline that you might read. I mean, I see all kinds of things that people
You
say
first have to
don't
kill the
believe is
person
true,
to get the pistol. That makes no sense.
and there's no truth to it whatsoever.
When you yourself, as you did a few minutes ago, you talk about bad behavior that you committed. What do you mean by that? What's your idea of bad behavior when you look back at what you were doing?
Pushing the boundaries.
In what way? I mean,
Being too handsy, you know, touching someone sexually,
groping people
in a way that I didn't know at the time they didn't want. Yeah.
I mean, do you really not know that was a
Some people would
problem?
say that that is criminal. That if you grope people in a sexual way against their wishes.
You see, don't shoot
that
the
is-
body. Which body? You can be more specific. I would appreciate that for sure. Because there's several different bodies. And do you mean like don't shoot those enemies? How else are we supposed to save those guys then? Like, do you want me to headshot them? Is that what you mean? Headshot them instead of shooting the body? Because I've tried to headshot them and the guy's head just, as you saw, he didn't die in one shot.
I agree that the word grope is a very odd word. I personally, I have caressed people. I have been gentle with people. That is the way that I am. You're
Does
making
he have a
pass at
pistol?
someone. You don't want to be
Nope.
aggressive. You want to be gentle, and you want to see if they're going to respond positively. So I think the word itself is not a word that I associate with my experience.
But would you say
So what did
all
you
of
do,
that was
sir?
consensual, or was it an attempt at seduction?
Come on, say
That
seduction,
if it was
yes.
repelled, by
There you go.
definition becomes, I guess, non-consensual. That if you're being handsy, if
See,
you're
he's
groping
trying to
people,
process that because
they
he
don't wanna do
he
it.
considers
Then
seductions
they
to be
should let you know
consensual.
they don't want to do it so that you can understand it's non-consensual and stop.
So that brings me back to the point I made about if they're a young male actor and it's Kevin Spacey and he's had a few drinks and they're in the bar late at night and he gropes young male actor and they may feel they don't want to be part of that. They don't like what's going on, but they don't want to tell you because you're Kevin Spacey and it might damage their career. Do you understand how people could think that? If they were
Finally, some
young
good
and
questions.
impressionable and keen to get on in their careers. When you reflect on those moments.
Yes. And
No
again,
words.
recognizing that, understanding that, and making a vow that that will never happen again for the rest of my life. I will never behave in
Oh,
the
there
ways
you
that
go.
I
You're
did
guilty
previously.
then, sir.
Never.
You're guilty.
How hard has that made it for you to get a relationship?
We got him on camera, guys. He said it.
It's a good question.
You know, are you in one now?
I'm not in one now.
Have you had any lasting one throughout this process?
Yes.
So it's been possible.
Yes, I
Because
think
it must be incredibly difficult on two levels. One, you're Kevin Spacey with all these headlines and court cases and so on, which must be a deterrent to a lot of people. But secondly, you must be hesitant in yourself.
So look, I'm
about
gonna shoot
making
his
a
body,
move with anyone.
and
Well,
it's fine.
if I've learned anything, I've learned
I shot
that
his
a first
body.
move doesn't have to be physical.
I shot the body on purpose here to prove to you that shooting the body is okay, and it should also be the case then. Like, why would that be different then? It just is, okay? Okay, I guess. I'm glad we can see that it's kind of imperfect design right here.
And so there are ways to make a first move. And
Why doesn't this guy do
find out if
anything?
someone is
I tried to tell him
I also
to
believe that
get him to kill him.
many people
Get to the Epstein stuff, come on.
they judge another human being from what they experience. And so I am hopeful. And
So
I believe that I
I'm
will be
supposed to
able
just shoot the heads, right?
who is willing to judge me for what they experience.
Could
and
you trust
not
someone?
from headlines?
Could you trust someone enough?
Did they just see me? I don't understand.
I absolutely believe I can.
I don't understand. I don't understand what happened.
Through my life,
I have no
thinking
idea.
everyone's out to get me. I mean, that would be a terrible way to live.
I'm just gonna let them die. I don't care.
You'd like to fall in love and maybe get married?
Fall in love, get
that
married.
aspiration?
Yeah, I know they saw me, but how did they see me?
Relationship. Don't get me married right away.
I was far away.
being in a
The guy wasn't even looking.
incredible,
He turned
because
away
the
and then
thing
he
that
saw me.
I think I know now, even though I knew it before, is that not being in a relationship just means that you don't have an opportunity to share what you're going through and the changes that you're making and how your life is evolving with another person. And when I've been in relationships, the thing that I always
Like, this part is the worst. It's like they always spawn you at the worst parts. I guess I'm just not enjoying this game, you know? I'm just not enjoying this game because I think it's got too many flaws. It's like, oh yeah, for this one, it's headshots are what is going to do it, just cause, and it's like, obviously that's something you brought up Far Cry Lego, and it's like, obviously it's not your fault, right? It's just you're telling me how it is, and I appreciate that, and thank you. And so, like, we can see how that's flawed. Just having something for the sake of it being here does not work with everything else. And just, you know, having that, like, that difference and that inconsistency just ruins it. And then also, like, all these other issues we had that we've highlighted on this channel and on these streams, mainly the sprinting and how that works, and the stupid NPCs that they don't even help you, and I can't even command them when I want to command them, like in that moment when we get to use the stealth. They're more trouble than good. And you know what? The like your allies in something like Half-Life, for example, the NPCs also were not perfect, right? But at least they did something, and if they died, it wouldn't finish the mission. So it's just ridiculous. Shooting his body in the slowest manner possible. Okay, I guess now we got noticed because we took too long. Interesting. Right now I'm just kind of fooling around. Seriously, that's what I'm doing. I'm fooling around because I'm just kind of sick of this game, you know? Just constantly being inconsistent. So I'm just honestly just seeing how far I can push this and see what makes it different. And it's kind of whack, you know? Can we do something with this? No. Oh, we just died, even though we were hiding behind cover.
That I think for 2 instead of for 1.
I was very struck recently by public statements of support for you from a number of public figures.
I'm like, get the gun, but
Several
then the
that I
pistol
knew.
is really...
I know.
The
Liam
enemy
Neeson,
is
I
holding
admit,
the
Sharon
pistol.
Stone, I know better. Liam Neeson told the Telegraph, Kevin's a good man, a man of character. So he was deeply saddened to learn of new allegations against him. We'll come to that. This was the Channel 4 show, obviously the documentary.
I'm like, yeah, it's like sometimes there's cover, but then it just uncovers you. And it's like, what? Why did you do that, game? You did not have my permission to do that.
Spacey's one of our finest artists in the theatre and on camera. Personally speaking, our industry needs him and misses him greatly. And Sharon Stone said, I can't wait to see Kevin back at work. He's a genius. He's so elegant and fun, generous to a fault. He knows more about our craft than most of us ever will.
Okay.
She added it was clear young actors
So they did kind of talk about Harvey Weinstein, and that's it. That was pretty much it. 50, let's go to 55.
Could they? No, what they did was, instead of coming to us,
You know what, I'm just gonna fool around in this game.
saying, listen, we're thinking of airing this thing in 3 months or 4 months.
You guys will
I wanna
see.
give you an opportunity to respond to these. I would have then gone and found those emails. I would have shown them those emails. We would have said, guys, if you're going to present a story, present the whole story.
I mean, just coming to this call, when I saw the evidence that you provided, it just seems completely ridiculous. If he's doing that 3 years later, how traumatized can he really be by what he claims happened in this incident in 2013?
There are a number of others in the Channel 4 documentary whom we have also found exchanges between me and them, and in one case, years after.
Well, we have an example, a former Marine called Scott, who alleged this in the documentary.
All of a sudden, there's some activity happening next to me, and kind of glance over, and Kevin's just pleasuring himself. You know, some of the most...
This is a documentary, by the way. I'm like, see, I can't even command this guy to get this guy, whereas I'd want to get the other guy at the same time to time it properly. So it's like the whole appeal of this is just all wrong.
Like war footage.
Last time, let's try this one last time.
Like, there's no way that this is happening.
Oh, he got
this
him,
guy
nice.
Is rubbing one out during the invasion of Normandy.
Hold on. We really did. It was really a matter of shooting them in the head. See, like, this stuff is inconsistent, and this is the problem when you're dealing with, and thank you, Farqueligo, for telling us this. Like, yeah, it really was different. And so, it's inconsistent, and yet it's very key when it comes to making decisions, right? We're making decisions, and yet the game is trying to play tricks on us.
And finally, he reaches over and grabs my hand and tries to get me to help out. I was like, no, this is crazy.
Let's see his face here.
So he's a gigantic Marine, who presumably has fought in wars. But there are some salient points about this.
Oh.
Apparently you've never seen
Cutscene.
Saving Private Ryan.
No.
So there's a lot of stuff happening in the interview now and in the game. So let's jump to the game.
Don't worry. Everything's okay now.
Thank you.
Go on. Get out of here.
Now that we wasted all this time, we should check on Gould.
Just calm down, Lugo. We will.
All the soldiers are either dead or gone. We should be in the clear.
And that's the pistol. Let's put it on. Good. Never mind, I guess that was it.
I haven't.
So why is he saying this?
I mean, my last question, did he get paid for telling this story? I don't know. What I do know is that he claimed that this incident at the movies
And the NPCs are just
happened
gone?
in 1998. I have an email from him.
That's so weird.
I have an email from him in 2013 in which he's not only in the 2011 one says how great it was to see me when I was just in Los Angeles. And I know I'd gone to Los Angeles at some point.
This game is just so odd. They're all gone. Thanks, Far Cry Lego.
He's fucking dead.
What an odd game. Yeah, he's of course he's dead. That's what we wanted. Why are you surprised? He was for him.
A map. I think this
In
was
favor
Gould's
of him, I
plan.
mean.
Must be the gate they were talking about.
So what?
Gould thought it was worth dying for, Lugo. I'd say that's a pretty big so what.
It's a good thing we have Far Cry Lego here. That's all I gotta say. But it's like if the choices are supposed to be so important.
Right, let's get moving.
We should do something with the body.
There's no time, Lugo. Zone's still hot.
Are you kidding me? Gould's death is our fault.
It was his own damn fault.
Actually, it's yours for not letting me take that shot.
He led a suicide mission. They call him that for a reason.
What, I die out here, you're gonna leave me in the dirt too? You keep pissing me off!
How about I shoot you both if you don't shut the fuck up? Now
He's
let's go.
he's a CIA agent, guys. Yeah, it's a good thing you're here. Oh yeah, now it's a big moment. What? Seriously? In that case, let's see what this moment is. Open sesame. It's coming any minute now, says Far Cry Lego. Hoskey, hello there. I've been here, just haven't been saying anything. Haven't been saying squat. That's okay, Hoskey. We know you're here. We know you're here.
This is just fucked.
What are you talking about?
On Twitch.
People died back there. Not just soldiers and civilians, but Gould.
Who cares about that guy?
Calm down, Lugo. There's nothing we could have done.
Yeah, there is
Don't tell me to
something.
calm down. We got no idea what the fuck we're doing here.
The shoves.
Putting your faith in Gould, you are fucking clueless. Man, I'm through with this shit.
Fuck you. At least I'm doing my job.
What?
You're the one who's fine, just sitting back, waiting for
Are they going to... What the flip?
You think I won't carry this shit to my fucking grave? Stand down! Both of you! Stand the fuck down! The fuck is wrong with you two? We're in the middle of a fucking war zone, and you're fighting in the dirt like a couple of goddamn kids! You are Delta operators. Fucking act like it! All right then. We good?
Yeah.
Lugo!
Yes, sir.
Good. Now let's keep moving.
What the... Alright, which one is gonna die? Checkpoint reached.
So where we at?
According to Gould's
That was it?
the gate's dead ahead.
All you boys in brown out there in radio land, I'm happy to report that Agent Gould has left the building.
Here we go.
On our countdown, Agent Briggs, followed by Captain Walker and the fabulous D-Boys. So stay tuned, stay alert, and stay hydrated. Radio man out.
Can you walk any slower, sir? There we go. Let's see what happens now.
I'd say that's the gate.
Adams, take care of the lookout.
I'm on it. Sweet dreams, bitch.
All right, Lugo. What are we up against?
An army? Give or take?
No shit.
How are we getting through this?
This might help.
What?
You're fucking kidding, right? That's white phosphorus.
Yeah, I know what it is.
You've seen what this shit does. You know
We might not have a choice, Lugo.
There's always a choice.
Gotta find out why it was so controversial when it came out, says Far Cry Lego. Oh boy, I hope you are ready for this bit.
You aim, Walker. We'll fire.
Okay.
Okay, prepare to fire.
That in order?
Yeah, it is.
Fine. Launching camera.
This is gonna be wild.
Camera online, sir.
Okay, targeting online. You ready?
Whenever you are.
Oh my. Giving Call of Duty vibes.
Stand by.
Oh.
RPG's neutralized. Fire!
Prepping mortar.
Take out those strikers.
Fire!
Preparing to fire.
Dang.
Reloading.
Let's go get him.
You two to work faster, Walker.
Light 'em up.
Preparing to fire.
Walker, take out those fucking snipers. Fire!
Oh, I can't see anything in this.
Snipers are done. Light 'em up.
Stand by.
A lot of soldiers by the Hummers.
Come on, let's go.
Do it.
Prepping mortar.
I kinda missed.
Burn 'em.
Loading mortar.
Burn 'em.
Prepping mortar.
Walker, take out those fucking Hummers.
Fire!
Stand by.
Humvee's destroyed. What else we got?
Another Hummer. Track north to the
Fire!
trench.
Preparing to fire.
What is this?
Target in sight. Hummer disabled.
No one's moving. It's over.
He's right, Walker.
Okay.
Why are we seeing Walker over this?
Let's get down there. Want to reach that gate before reinforcements arrive.
So that was it, hey? You said you ready. So this was not it? Oh my. Ooh. We're gonna have to watch them. Gonna have to watch them cry. There you go. Let's put you out of your misery.
This was too much.
Stop talking.
What'd you just say?
It means the smoke is toxic.
We'll keep you alive.
Yeah, right.
Let's just keep moving.
Sounds like a you problem, sir.
Walker, come on, man.
There's nothing we can do.
Bro said help me. Let's let this guy live. What is going on here? Oh, he's dying anyway.
Come on. He's already dead.
Dang. It's crazy. Dang, his face.
You brought this on yourself.
We were helping. Are those civilians?
Looks like it.
Where'd they come from? There's no camp here.
Or is there?
They took them from the nest. That hotel back at the storm wall? No. Those can't be the civvies that got kidnapped. It's not possible. Yeah, it is.
She's got the modern female lesbian haircut.
We need to keep moving. What? Reinforcements will be here any second. We need to keep moving.
But Walker, you're not even...
I'm gonna make these bastards pay for what they've done. Now, are you with me or not?
That was pretty dark, gotta admit. That was pretty dark.
There was a frenzy in Hollywood.
And now back to Piers Morgan.
Someone may take
LOL.
And
have you had any calls since this strange period where actually far from Channel 4 nailing you back to the cross, actually you've had a lot of sympathy, a lot of support now?
Wait, I want him to respond to the doc.
Significantly, big famous stars coming out supporting
Just then they were dissing the guy for being like this big veteran.
I would have said, hang on.
Or like Marine.
This one's been sending him pictures years later. This
he reaches over and grabs my hand and tries to get me to help out. I was like, no, this is crazy.
So he's a gigantic Marine who presumably has fought in wars. But there are some salient points about this. Apparently you've never seen Saving Private Ryan.
No, I haven't.
So why is he saying this?
I mean, my last question, did he get paid for telling this story? I don't know. What I do know is that he claimed that this incident at the movies happened in 1998. I have an email from him in 2011. I have an email from him in 2013, in which he's, not only in the 2011 one, says how great it was to see me when I was just in Los Angeles. And I know I'd gone to Los Angeles at some point during the tour of Richard III. We apparently went to a play together, and he looked forward to seeing me again soon in the future. So
again, to me, this is ridiculous. To you, it could have been life. I mean, it has been life-wrecking, but coming off the back, what was interesting to me, coming off the back of all these court cases you've been involved in, the reaction to this documentary was very interesting. You actually began to get a lot of support from journalists and then from people like Liam Neeson, Sharon Stone and others who just saw through a lot of what they saw to be nonsensical. People who are victims of what they claim to be, I don't think a Marine voluntarily sends the cheery emails he's sending you years later if he genuinely experienced some great trauma watching a movie
Again.
you've never watched.
Right. Yes, you know, I mean,
There's a lot more to this than
Channel
just,
4 presented this
oh,
as
big guy, he's strong, therefore he can take care of himself.
They called it forensic investigation. And at the center of this documentary, they used my brother. Now, my brother moved out of the house when he was 17. I then moved to New York to go to Juilliard when I was 19. And in all the years since, which is nearly 50 years, we have seen each other, even he admitted, maybe 4 times.
And he sold stories about your mother.
Sold stories, I mean, yeah, what he's done to her is terrible. What he's done to me doesn't matter. The guy who drove me here, the Uber that you guys sent, I know that guy better than I know my brother. And he's out there telling all these stories and talking about how he knows me. And
Really?
So that's the
pretty
armchair
sus.
psychologist that you use at the center of this documentary. And then they go back to 48 years ago when I was in high school and I was 17 years old.
Pretty sus, guys.
Guy makes a claim that I grabbed his junk while we were driving in a car. I mean,
Shout
I
out to
did a lot of
Kevin's brother
impersonating
for
from the
keeping it
Hunters.
real.
Possibly-
Steven.
I mean, you can say it didn't happen.
I didn't say
How
it
did
didn't happen. I
anybody-
said it's possible that might have happened.
Steven said that.
I did a lot of embarrassing things in high school. We all did. I mean, they could go back to junior
I mean, the
high
guy
when I
has a
pulled
conscience, I
Stephanie's
guess.
hair in the 7th grade. I mean,
Channel 4 said to CNN, Spacey Unmasked is an important film exploring the
Dang.
balance of power and inappropriate behavior in a work environment, aiming to give a voice to those who've previously been unable to speak out. What do you make of that statement?
I mean, they did not just explain it away.
it's embarrassing.
I mean, had they had all this material that we've now been showing viewers, it's impossible to see how Channel 4 could have put out the same documentary. What
do you mean impossible?
I wouldn't have done. I would have said, hang on, this one's been sending in pictures years later. This one's been sending in
Yes.
friendly emails, wanting to work with them again. None of that makes sense. I don't know you that well. But I
What do you mean it
know
doesn't make
facts
sense?
when I
Just
see
because you send in pictures later because that's when you're making
And I was
a documentary?
annoyed on your behalf. I can't even imagine how you felt. Because it seemed to me like a bit of a stitch up. Like there was a wish to take you down, overriding what had already happened in a criminal court and a civil court.
Well, I appreciate that's your perspective.
That's purely on what I've seen, right? That's just with my journalist head on.
Is Pierce a
Saying this
journalist?
doesn't make sense.
I'm sorry.
And again,
No, notwithstanding that, you've been pretty honest about the inappropriate, bad behaviours, you put it, the groping, which many times would have been unwanted and was rejected, and people will make a judgment about you about those admissions. I don't think you're trying to portray yourself as some angelic character, nor do I think you were. Right? I mean, this is I didn't see you in those days. When I saw you at a party, you certainly didn't do that to me, Kevin. In fact, we met at a party in 2009. Just after Obama
Maybe
got
because you were already
And it
popular.
was quite interesting. It was a mutual friend of ours, Matthew Freud,
Just
at
a
one
thought.
of his legendary parties. And I asked him,
Pierce
came
just
over
said
and I
that
said,
he
"You
doesn't
happy
really know him, but he did attend his parties. Like, okay, I mean, yeah, that can happen, but still, it's kind of weird.
Obama won?" And this is quite prescient in a way. You said, "Oh my God, I'm so happy. At last we have someone who can stop the rest of the world thinking all Americans are completely bonkers." Well, look where we are now.
yeah.
But I guess my point is that I absolutely can have...
Steven says, no, it's because Pierce has a big mouth and would tell everyone if something happened.
Or what I see is an overreach by the media where they haven't got the whole story.
I mean, his reputation is not the best, if you ask me, so...
And I can also see that by your own admission, your behaviour was extremely inappropriate, and some people would view it as more serious than that. I think that's my kind of overview of your behaviour through that period. That, these things may not have been true, but other times you did stuff you wish you hadn't done, and it was non-consensual and shouldn't have happened, and times have maybe changed pretty dramatically now.
He's going to talk about Epstein
where
soon.
maybe you wouldn't behave like that.
Well, regardless of the times, I'm not going to behave that way. And I would... Now we're at a place where, okay, what next? I mean, I'm trying to seek a path of redemption. I'm trying to find a way to return to what I love doing.
So he's trying to get back to Hollywood. Yes, we know.
What the hell?
Now, what is happening here?
Phosphorus. I swear, if I never see this shit again, it'll be too soon.
Look at this. Tags. Whose? Conrad's command team. I knew these men. Listen.
No better than I did. I promise you that.
He knows we're here.
I could not inspire them. They led a mutiny. Foolish in a place like this. I don't blame them. They did what they thought necessary. But if order was to be maintained, an example had to be made.
Colonel. I'm Captain Walker.
Captain Walker. Yes, I remember you. Kabul, I think it was.
They look like zombies.
Admirably under the circumstances.
Colonel,
I
please.
don't know if I told you that.
What's going on here?
Survival, Captain. Plain and simple. Everything is teetering on the edge of everything. But this you already know. The rest you'll have to see for yourself. Welcome to Dubai, gentlemen. Now, step outside, Captain.
What's going on, Walker?
We were wrong. Radio Man ain't running Dubai. He's just a lackey.
You mean?
Okay,
Conrad. He did it. All of it.
Okay.
let's get down.
So what do we do?
We play along. For now.
Interesting.
I thought you said you knew him.
Oh,
But I
dang.
did.
That's a bold statement to claim you knew me.
When I served under him in Kabul, he was an honorable man.
Because I saved your life? I've saved many lives, Captain. I've ended even more.
So we thought this guy was going to be a hero, but turns out not really.
We got snipers.
Tell your men not to worry, Captain. The snipers aren't for you.
What the fuck is this?
This is Dubai, Captain. This is what I face every day. My duty is to maintain order. Without it, we would have died long ago.
This is a test.
Yes, it is. A civilian on the right stole water.
Ooh,
A capital offense. The soldier on the left was sent to apprehend him, which he did,
choices.
killing the man's family in the process. 5 innocent people are dead because these 2 animals couldn't control themselves.
I get it. We're meant to choose.
Choose what? Let's get out of here.
Lugo's right. We need to get as far away from this as possible.
That's enough.
Obviously not, because we're still here.
They are guilty. But what is justice? And how would you see it dealt? This is an order, Captain. Who lives? Who dies? Judge these men, or pay the price of insubordination.
We can't do this, Walker.
Yeah, let's just get out of here.
And go where? They have us surrounded.
Can we?
Attack!
What?
Dang. Steven says, now I see why this game is so controversial. Can we kill them? I hope we get to kill them. I'll change my weapon. Yeah, I mean, things are finally starting to kind of get interesting with the story. So that's pretty good. Obey? Let's see what the story of the background of this is again. You have to pick if you do it.
Snipers.
Oh dang. Okay, so let's just listen to the background.
What the fuck is this?
This is Dubai, Captain. This is what I face every day. My duty is to maintain order.
The one time where replaying the cutscene made sense.
This is a test.
Yes,
Okay.
The soldier on the left was sent to apprehend him, which he did, killing the man's family in the process.
I mean,
Innocent people are dead because these two animals couldn't control themselves.
I get it.
what do you guys think?
We're meant to
I
choose.
know what I'm gonna choose.
What? Let's get out of here. Lugo's right. We need to get as far away from this as possible. That's enough. Obviously
What
not,
would
'cause
you
we're still
guys
here.
pick? I'm gonna go with.
But what is justice? And how would you see it dealt? This is an order, Captain.
I know what I'm gonna choose, but I want to hear your thoughts before I do. Hoske, what are you thinking here?
We can't do this, Walker. Yeah, let's just get out of here. And go where?
So this guy stole the water. Meanwhile, this guy was sent in to stop him, and he killed this guy's wife and children.
I'm forced into these decisions every day. Why should you be any different?
So here's what I'm gonna choose. Obviously, I'm gonna choose the guy who killed his family, right?
This is so fucked. We're out of options, Walker.
You're also out of time.
Adams!
So you do remember the chain of command. Good. Not the choice I'd have made, but you acted.
It's hilarious that our guys got shut down. And they're fine now. Wait, I tried to kill. Okay, good. What did you pick, Far Cry?
God damn it, Walker.
Is there something on your mind, Lieutenant?
Yeah, what the fuck are you doing?
Hey, I don't like it any more than you, but they had us surrounded.
We don't do this shit.
Look, I did what was necessary. I kept us alive. Now, I don't want to hear another word about it. You got that?
Yeah.
Stop turning on me, guys. Come on. All right.
Which is to be a full-time working actor. And
have you had any calls since this strange period where actually
Damn it, Colonel, if you're still listening, then call up your men.
United Vengeance Force, you did at the gate?
Actually, you've had
I think not.
a lot of sympathy, a lot of support now, a media narrative is changing quite significantly.
Get to Epstein.
Famous stars coming out supporting.
He's gonna get to Epstein
Has
next.
that made any impact on your employability now? You getting calls?
Yes. Yes. I think that what we've been able to see, Evan and I have watched because he gets all these, offers that come in.
Oh crap.
Is that now directors?
What the heck?
Fellow actors,
He didn't go behind cover. What the heck?
financiers are so excited to work with me, are so pleased to offer.
He's trying to make it seem like he's now
And then we get into the
approachable,
exhibition part
uncancelable,
and the
like he's
streaming
not
services,
canceled.
the studios or the distributors. And what we tend to see is that everyone's on board, and then one person, some executive somewhere says, "Oh, our audience, a lot of our audience is going to be upset if we buy this movie." And I would only ask, who are you speaking for? Because I don't think that.
What are these guys doing? Am I just supposed to fend off for myself while these guys don't help me at all? They're the ones who are running into cover, and I'm just the one who has to take care of everything.
Have been so generous and so wanting to know when I'm going to get back to work, that I think that these executives.
He should be talking about Epstein now.
For all of the British public or all of the American public, and I think that I hope that begins to subside, because I do believe that the majority of people would like me to get back to work.
I want to talk to you about something slightly left field, but your name was attached to another big scandal, which was the Prince Andrew scandal. And famously,
You picked the soldier.
reported that you and
I picked the soldier too, right?
were invited to the throne room
Wait, right?
by Prince Andrew.
Right?
Got briefed that you
I don't even know. This game is just. I thought I picked the soldier because I shot him.
I hadn't heard that one.
This
but
is
yeah.
the throne room at Buckingham Palace. Just
Yes.
to be clear, who invited who to this?
Okay, good.
Well,
Sometimes
let me
I'm just
try
like,
to put
what
this in
even
context,
happened?
Before I even get to that, in 2002, I got a call from President Clinton, who I had become friends with over many
Oh,
years,
great. You're
inviting me
friends
to
with
come with
President
him on
Clinton,
an
huh?
8-day humanitarian trip that he was going to make to Africa and South Africa.
How am I supposed to run away?
And
Give me
I
a
thought
break.
it was an incredible opportunity, and apparently he was not having great success with getting people to say yes, because it wasn't like one night in New York. It was 8 days in Africa and South Africa. The fact that it was primarily to raise awareness and prevention for AIDS, and particularly for mothers who had HIV to get the medication they needed to not pass it on to their children. So I said yes, absolutely. And in September of 2002, we took off from New York and we went to Ghana and Mozambique and Zimbabwe and Rwanda and Johannesburg and Cape Town. And this was one of the most incredible experiences I've ever had. The doctors and nurses that we met, what we learned about how they were treating patients, the economic development that the president was also talking about in terms of Africa and where it was going to go in the future. The people we met, we spent a day with Nelson Mandela. Just one of the most extraordinary.
What the heck is that voice?
Just an incredible trip. Meant so much to me. And then the president was invited by Tony Blair to give the speech at Blackpool and the Labour Party conference that year.
I was there.
So we flew then to London. And the president said to me, before we leave tomorrow, you won't come? I'm going to go to Buckingham Palace tomorrow.
What is he doing with his voice?
I said, sure. So I'm a part of the president's party, and there must have been, I think there were 21 guests of the Clinton Foundation when we went to Africa and South Africa. So it was like 18 or so people came to Buckingham Palace that morning.
What's going on with the camera?
And we were wandering through, and there were people.
Oh, he's got an
brought us into the
RPG.
throne room, and I sat down, and a bunch of people came and sat down next to me, and a bunch of pictures were taken. And then we went up and we met Prince Andrew. I'd never met him before, and have not seen him since.
What?
So that's the
Another guy with an
Then
RPG?
President and I went up to Blackpool.
Shocking.
In 2015, I started seeing reports online, things on my Twitter account that I had flown to this guy Jeffrey Epstein's island and I had abused young girls. And I was like, I mean, if you'd asked me in 2015, maybe even if you'd asked me in 2002, did I know a guy named Jeffrey Epstein? I probably would have said no.
Highly doubtful.
Of course, I have since learned who he is, and I have since been able to.
I don't. Sorry, I don't believe him on that one.
Airplane that we
It's like
flew on.
you didn't know who Epstein was.
Mission was owned by Jeffrey Epstein. And to
Wait,
then learn,
what?
oh, he was actually on some of those flights, and this Maxwell woman was on some of those flights.
Maxwell woman. So,
know him?
who he's referring to? Giselle Maxwell, which is an awful name, by the way. Sounds like a villain. You guys know who Epstein is. He's the pedophile who has his island and he traffics children. Yeah, I don't need to explain him. And Giselle Maxwell basically helped him. And I started explaining and I didn't even pay attention to what was happening on screen, but that's okay. And he was in the same picture. He posed in the same picture as she did. They were in the same picture. They were posing next to each other like they knew each other, and now he's pretending like they didn't know each other and that photo was just coincidental. I mean, all of it sounds very implausible, and yeah, I am not convinced by whatever he's saying, and the fact that he didn't know who Epstein was when probably everyone in Hollywood knew who he was. Next thing he's gonna say is that he didn't know who Harvey Weinstein was. Like,
The Clinton Foundation people, that's who I was with. Now, what I understand is that he didn't start to be investigated until 2005 by authorities in Florida. So here's what I can tell you.
dang.
This Maxwell woman, she was one of many people that sat down next to me in that throne room. I have no relationship with her. I had no relationship with him. I mean,
But
he's
still,
not my friend.
took a picture
I'm
with
not
her. Why?
confidant.
And
never spent
you
time
guys
with
look
him.
like friends.
And interestingly, I will say this. I was very fortunate that President Clinton introduced me a lot of business leaders in London because he knew I was.
What are we supposed to do here now?
And I developed relationships with Robert Earl.
She's crazy, guys. Stunning
Robert
us.
Earl, a lot of wonderful people. Sir Richard Caring, people who supported the work that
Crap.
we did at the Old Vic and gave money to us.
He did not kill himself. He was assassinated.
Jeffrey Epstein. I didn't want to be around
Yes.
this guy because I felt he put the president at risk on that trip to South Africa because there were these
Oh, how
young
responsible
girls,
of you.
and we were like, who is this guy? So I
So
will say this.
let's just get it straight. You knew who he was somewhat then, but then you said that you didn't know him until much
There
later.
were young girls on those flights, yeah. And that's been out. They've talked about it.
So Pierce just asked him if there were younger girls on those flights. He said yes.
Not remembering that I met some guy and some woman on a humanitarian trip where my focus was entirely on what we were there to do, and not remembering whether I went to somebody's island. So I never went to Jeffrey Epstein's island. I did not know him, and I never saw him or her after that morning at Buckingham Palace. He didn't even come to Buckingham Palace. She was only
Is
there.
it true that Prince Andrew sought your assistance and wanted you to testify that Ghislaine Maxwell was your guest, not his, during that Buckingham Palace tour?
I heard a report about that, but at no
Crap.
time did anyone ever contact me on his behalf. And as I say, I'm not friends with him. I never saw him after that day.
What do you think about what's happened to him?
There's another.
I mean,
Where's the second one?
I don't know anything about it. It's not. I'm not going to talk about someone else's scandal. You know.
Oh, there he
my point
is.
is that I had enough accusations of my own to deal with. I don't need to inherit someone else's.
The person I'm told has been very supportive to you.
So many shots.
Is actually the king.
We're surrounded everywhere. It's crazy.
That is true. We were very fortunate that when he was the Prince of Wales.
So I don't buy that whole thing.
He believed in it.
It just doesn't make any sense. All right, let's cut this interview. Let's do a quick reaction to Arcane Season 2 in that case. A series that I despise. Who's a fan of this series, by the way? Let me know. Have you heard of the Arcane series? It's, of course, based on the League of Legends stuff. And they're doing only 2 seasons because it's probably too expensive for Netflix to even bother with it still. And so the first season, I never finished it because I figured, okay, it's just getting too ridiculous. Once I saw the warring old woman who was basically having a bunch of twinks as her lovers, that's when I cut it off. I'm like, no, this is ridiculous. And we have a nice storm. Great. Thank you. Yeah, it was just ridiculous. And at that point, I just cut it out. And I saw a lot of, oh gosh. No. Oof. Dang, that was close. I thought we were going to be safe. But yes. I think the animation is incredible, of course. But the story is just extremely formulaic. It has a lot of plot contrivances and things that just don't gel well and don't make any sense. Especially, like, here's the thing. Episode 1, Episode 2, it had clear flaws. Like, it did have them. But I kind of said to myself, okay, let's just ignore those flaws because they don't seem like that big of a deal. Because Episode 3, I saw a lot of good in it. And I saw Episode 3 and I'm like, wow, this was an incredible episode. And in a lot of ways, yeah, it was. It was an extremely well done episode with incredible... Is that a good guy or a bad guy? I'm confused. There's a scene in Episode 3 and the way it's just executed, there's like a huge explosion. It's just so well done and I was just so impressed by it. How it was just conceived conceptually and creatively. I was just wowed and I'm like, wow, this series is strangely enough, it's going to be good. And then it turns out that you had Episode 4, 5, 6, and then I forget how many more episodes there are, but it was a total mess, and it's everything you can expect a Netflix series to be. And that's why I give it the moniker of steampunk lesbians. A lot of shipping, gay baiting, the usual. And it's just, you watch that and you're like, And again, the story it didn't gel well. I don't remember the specifics now, but just the way like the confrontations took place, everything was just so stilted, and it didn't make sense when you kind of thought about it. Anyway, now there's season 2. Far Cry Lego hates League of Legends, so this should be interesting.
Wrath must be met with wrath. You will have justice.
Oh, brother. Also, they just changed the designs of these characters. Like, they made her seem more of like a tomboy, when in reality, Vi, that's her name, right? Vi is just a lot more feminine than what she is in this show. She looks like a actual woman in the video games. But in this, she looks like that.
I will lead a strike team into Zorn with 3 objectives. Locate Jinx. Dismantle Shimmer. And neutralize any agents still loyal to Silco.
My sister is gone.
Please watch Marvel vs. Capcom after. Alright, we gotta talk about that. Okay, so nothing particularly interesting. So we're finally gonna get the confrontation between the two sisters.
I got the name right. Sister.
Okay. About Marvel vs. Capcom, since I don't really think we need to watch the trailer, but I do want to talk about it. I do want to highlight it. I don't think it's going to be a success, and I don't think it's going to be good. Why? I think it's a collection, and a big component of it is going to be... A big component of that is going to... You died, okay. It's just going to be the fact that it's an online... Well, the online component, right, that you have in it is... it's... Just look at every single fighting game right now. Injustice, Mortal Kombat, online dies after 2-3 months. And in order to have a fun game, you should, and especially have a great online, it should not be dead. And I think it's just, a case of a classic video game, right? Like Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Nobody's going to play that online. I know that because I own like a classic collection of all the Sega games, and there's like an online mode which wasn't in the original, and of course Marvel vs. Capcom 2 did not have an online mode, but they're adding it, and no one is going to play it. Why? Because the collection has too many games in it. If they just if they just sold Marvel vs. Capcom, maybe it would have worked, but there's just too many people in this one game, and all of them are kind of competing for the attention of the player. And so there's like this, like those are the reasons really why it's like it's not going to be like the original one in those terms. Plus it's coming out on Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, and PC. old gen consoles. Why is that the case? Why is it not available for PlayStation 5? Why is it not available for Xbox Series X? And that just sort of tells you that they're not doing their best. And yeah, so I just don't think that Marvel, even though it might be a great game, a beloved one, for sure I've never played it, but I know how much people love it. But just from that perspective, I think it's just not going to be alive in terms of service. And come to think of it, I think fighting games age the worst. Not because of like gameplay flaws or anything, but because nobody is going to play them after like the first few months. After that, you have to have like a friend to play the fighting game. And then without that, without a friend, playing a fighting game against computers isn't as fun or compelling. So I think it's just missed opportunity, really. Can we watch the Prime 4 trailer? I think we can watch the Prime 4 because I had one more. Well, I guess we can choose. I had one more Piers interview, right? But this time it was Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker discussing the whole situation with Kevin Spacey, and they're having a debate with this gay guy, and it's, you know, if that's the clip, or we can just watch the Metroid Prime 4, but one thing is for certain, it is only going to be one of those things, so you can only choose one. It's either going to be Metroid Prime 4 trailer, although I gotta be honest, guys, I kind of don't want to watch the trailer because I do not want to get spoiled, if that makes any sense. You know, it's like I haven't played the first 3 Metroid Prime games, so I just want to avoid seeing as much of this game as I can. I've seen snippets of it and like the environment, certain characters that are going to appear in it, and like the Metroids that float around them, and I'm like, wow, that's cool. What's going on here? But then still, I kind of try to not look exactly into the trailer and not watch all of it. So yeah, I would be like, if we could not watch that, that'd be perfect. But the question is, do you guys even want to watch any more of these interviews with, like, now it's just, you know, a discussion between Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker and all these guys, and I guess we don't even have to watch all of it either as well. So we can kind of just see what's the deal there, and if there's nothing there, then we can just turn it off, right, and end it there. But if you think, yeah, so let me know. Far Cry Lego, so far it's you here in Haas case, so you can let me know and what is going on here.
I know you're listening, Colonel, so hear this. This war is over. Dubai will be evacuated, and you will be relieved of your command.
Far Cry Lego, we need something that's not cringe. In that case, Chapter 10 rigs. Alright, we got Chapter 10. So in that case, fine. What is Hosky gonna say? We don't know. But in that case, let's get to Zelda then. I really wanted to get into the interview with Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker, but if Far Cry Lego wants something else, we'll give him something else. But it's not going to be Metroid Prime 4. It is going to be the other thing, which is Zelda. Let's watch that trailer in that case. All right. Or is that cringe? Would you say that's cringe? That is fine. Okay, good. So you got Link. By the way, you got the Link's Awakening art style in this. The remake of Link's Awakening, I should be more accurate. Link's Awakening, kind of surprised that they're going with this art style, but whatever. When I first saw this and I heard, okay, 2D Zelda, I saw this trailer and I was like, finally, a new 2D Zelda game that we've been starving for. Like, you look at something like Breath of the Wild, and you're just not going to, or Tears of the Kingdom, and then you hear the director of that franchise, of those two games, say that this is where Zelda is heading in. This is where the franchise is going in. It's going to be more 3D open world games of that sort. And they're going to pull back on the puzzle and exploration based Zelda with items. And that's a shame. A dungeon crawler is a huge part of what made Zelda so popular. And keeping that element is crucial to the franchise. And so I thought that they would never go back to, or like rarely go back to, the 2D games. And here it is. Here's the game. A new 2D Zelda game. Yay, right? There's Link. And then there's Ganon. So they're showing you the end of what usually would be the end of each Zelda game. And then something happens. A tear happens. And Zelda manages to escape. And the big reveal is that you get to play as her. So it's not... So again, it's like they're breaking tradition. It's now just about Zelda herself, which, like I already told you at the beginning of this, is a problem for me. And why is it called The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom?
This time around, Link has vanished. Now it's up to Princess Zelda to step into the protagonist role. You might be thinking, will Zelda fight with a sword then? Here, we wanted to create a new gameplay style that breaks...
So they're changing up the gameplay. So that's good. At least they're trying to make it different.
To explain more, please take a look at this video.
Because that's like a big thing. You don't want her to be exactly the same as Link.
Across the vast lands of Hyrule, strange rifts have appeared and have taken many people, including Link. Now alone, Zelda meets the fairy Tri, receives a mysterious staff called the Tri-Rod, and sets off on a journey
The Tri-Rod.
to save her kingdom. By waving the Tri-Rod at a table she found, Zelda learned how to create an imitation of it.
So this is pretty interesting.
Once you learn an echo of something, you can recreate it whenever you'd like. Even if there's a wall blocking your path, you can create echoes of tables to get a leg up. Just like that.
So it seems pretty interesting. Far Cry Lego says it sounds like a Tryhard. Is Tryhard a game?
How you use them separately or together is entirely up to you.
So it seems pretty neat. Although I gotta say, this art style does look pretty cheap here for a Zelda game. And look at this. There's like a wheel. And I don't know how I feel about this because they're going to get into how many items there are. And it's like, they said there's like 15, I don't know, they didn't say 15,000, but they said like hundreds of items. Will that mean that I have to scroll through the entire collection of these items just to get the one that I want? It's like, how is that going to work? That's what I'm concerned of. Like, imagine if you've collected 100 items or 300, are you going to have to spin the wheel all the way to find the one that you want? Like finding your birthday on one of those age verification sites.
You might be surprised at what you discover.
And it's like, okay, well, that kind of seems odd, but it's trying to think outside the box. Okay, I guess it kind of leans into the puzzle aspects of Zelda. Although it looks kind of like clunky, but at least it's a new mechanic. I think they should have just made this into an original IP. But so far, okay. And then you have Zelda picking up the rock, which is something that Link could only do before, which is lame. And that's pretty cool.
Monsters have different abilities, so choose the one you want to create based on the situation. Wisdom is key after all.
I'm really glad they're not making her this brawler that Link was. That's a good thing, of course. And now the question is difficulty. I think because the mechanics seem okay, like pretty interesting, but the difficulty is what's going to make or break this game. The Deku Tree. As is the case with every Zelda game. And every single game, every Nintendo game, I would say, every modern Nintendo game.
There are a lot of echoes in this game. To be honest, I haven't counted them all yet. How you solve puzzles and
Yeah, there's a lot.
will change depending on the echoes used.
Like, how are you gonna know when to use the one that you want and what effect it's going to have if you're going to have so much to choose from? And can like multiple echoes serve the same function or like the same puzzle? I think yeah, that's only going to add to the confusion. And so yeah. So yeah, like difficulty with Nintendo games has been down the drain. Everything is super easy, super kiddie mode, and there's no excitement in their games as much as there used to be. And I think this might be a victim of that as well, where it's like, okay, you got a interesting gameplay loop idea, and now tell me how you're going to challenge me throughout the game. And I'm afraid that's not going to be the case. It's just, hey, choose this item and use it, and that's it.
In short, we've created a game where each player's experience will be different. The Legend of Zelda
Wait, what?
of echoes in this game. To be honest, I haven't counted them all yet. How you solve puzzles and battle enemies will change depending on the echoes used. In short, we've created a game where each player's experience will be different.
So there can be multiple solutions. And yeah, of course, each player's game is going to be different in the actions you use, which actions are basically kind of like the different weapons you choose. You can use a different weapon for a certain outcome, and that's how you're going to defeat the enemy. So it's just different weapons or different items, I guess, if when it comes to the puzzles. So it's like you're trying to oversell it clearly, when in reality it's just different items, you know? And that's the game, and I'm not very satisfied. I think it's very much disappointing that they're breaking tradition, and even gameplay-wise, it could use some work. And if the difficulty is very underwhelming, then yeah, that's really going to be a problem. If it's going to be like Super Mario Odyssey, which I think the easy difficulty killed that game for me. It made it a chore, a literal chore to play that game. And that's my thoughts on the Legend of Zelda game. And yeah, it comes out this year, which we wanted Wind Waker.
The Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom launches September 26th. A Nintendo Switch Lite system inspired by the Legend of Zelda series.
We do not want this.
We hope you're looking forward to playing as
Hosuke. I know you like sticking to formula, but these guys can afford this kind of experiment. In terms of what, like afford it in terms of their budget, or if like if the game fails, they'll be able to afford it and they can take the loss? Or are you saying that, okay, they produced something and they've built up enough trust with the fans to then be able to kind of like create their own game, and so therefore this game is okay? Is that what you're saying? Take the loss. Oh, okay. So if this game bombs, they can take the loss. Okay, good to know. Well, then I don't think that's like something I'm even considering here. I'm more thinking about the critical reception here, and maybe even like your approach also applies to that as well, Hosuke. But I think in general, it's like just create a good game, a fun game. I don't even care if it's a failure. As long as it's a good game, I'll just be happy, and I don't think it will be, unfortunately. And yeah, Hosky also says after so many years, can't blame them for making Zelda the protagonist. I can, because that's the rule. It's like not making Ganon the villain. Zelda is not the protagonist. You can't make Ganon the protagonist. Neither should you do that with Zelda. And I think that's what it comes down to. Always expect something different with Nintendo, says Far Cry Lego. Yeah, I guess that's not always true. I mean, Super Mario Odyssey, there's just some touches that seem a bit different, right? Like with Super Mario Odyssey, they added Cappy and that ability to take on multiple powers and possess different enemies. But the gameplay wise, it's still pretty much similar. Super Mario Kart games are pretty much just racing games. The Legend of Zelda pretty much just switched it up. Well, I would say that series historically had a lot of different phases, so I'll give you that one. And also Metroid, there's 2D Metroid and 3D Metroid, but for the most part, they've kept to that formula. I guess Other M is like the other one that they tried and failed. So I understand like the whole approach where they're trying to do something different. At the same time, Nintendo is also known for sticking to certain formulas and certain not just visuals, but certain cues and symbols. And they understand that you have to have your main character be Link. Nobody else can fill in that role. And they're changing that. I'm not even taking issue with like the different gameplay styles that they're trying to add, although I do think you should for the most part stay consistent. But having like a spin-off, for example, doesn't bother me, except for the fact that you're presenting this as a mainline game plus a spin-off with Zelda as the protagonist. I mean, you're just better off creating an original IP at this point, which they can do too. And speaking of taking the loss, like do the original IP. You can afford the loss, like Hosuke said. And Far Cry Lego says there is no Other M. I don't know why you said the name of a fake game. I heard they are making a game about Zelda. They are, and I'm getting it. We can finally call the main character Zelda, since the name of the game is The Legend of Zelda, says Far Cry Lego. Makes sense. I mean, at the same time, that's the whole thing. It's called The Legend of Zelda, and you're supposed to play as Link. Steven, they missed the opportunity to call it The Legends of Link or Missing Link. Yeah, I saw those comments on YouTube too, and I would agree with them. Again, just lean into a different direction, make it clear. But at the same time, still, Zelda is the main protagonist. I mean, they made Peach a protagonist the first time around. The first time they did it, it was for the Nintendo DS. And, she was saving Mario, but it was as this very emotional character. Her powers were literally crying and smiling, right? So it was still very much true to who Peach was. And with this recent Peach video game, I guess it's fine. Again, difficulty problems, it's too easy. But I don't think it was the right choice for Peach. So in general, just keep Peach a side character, and same with Zelda. You know, just keep them as supporting. Alright? Word 789, hey. So now Zelda must now save Link. Yeah, I know, right? It's like, come on. We want to play as Link. We want to be the guy. We want to save the princess. That's the appeal, not the other way around. And you can clearly, I really do think it's got something to do with Western influence here. But like I said, the Japanese are much more respectful of their audience. And so they're not going to be playing things up to annoy us. They're not going to be trying to make us upset, or they don't see a female character and think feminism necessarily, or they don't look at it as a form of a reason to hate on a man or like to prove a man wrong. No, they just chose a female character and they figured, let's do something cool with it. But make no mistake, I really do think it comes from the fact that you have that Western influence now taking part in Nintendo, as is happening with many other franchises, and that's pretty much that. Steven says Peach DS game is fun. I think Phantom Hourglass and the Spirit Tracks were the first to really show that Link and Zelda like each other before Skyward Sword. Wait, hold on. Let me get closer to this comment. I think Phantom Hourglass and then Spirit Tracks were the first to really show that Link and Zelda like each other before Skyward Sword. So hopefully this continues that. Oh yeah, because as that's a good point. The Legend of Zelda series tend to not show any romantic interests or like romantic relationships between Link and Zelda. It's always like platonic, or hey, it's a boy who just helps out this random princess, and isn't that nice? And yeah, it's nice. But then a lot of fans just maybe want them to be a pair, just as is the case with Mario and Peach, Luigi and Daisy. You know, people like their pairs. So I can see why people are in favor of it. Peter and Wendy. And Steven says Link always had other love interests. I think he had two in the Twilight Princess manga. Interesting. By the way, you guys, are you guys, if there was a movie adaptation of The Legend of Zelda, are you for Link talking or are you against it? I want to know. Are you okay with the Link speaking in the movie? Or are you just anti? Do you want Link to be a mute? And that was that. Okay. Oh yeah, and I have one video requested by you guys, by Hoske, and so it's only right that we just kind of watch it till the end. This was requested by him, and I guess we can just kind of add this until the end, All right. What is this? It's called Bill Burr in MCU.
All right, superhero movies. Dear Billy.
Oh, it's 60 minutes long? Okay, then I guess never mind. We'll save it for next time then. Sorry, Hosky. I thought it was like a meme clip because it was like, you know, the thumbnail looked like it was kind of like one of those parody videos where parody animations. But yeah, we'll do it next time. For reals. I just didn't expect it to be 60 minutes. I thought it was... Don't judge a book by its cover. But we have Steven saying, I think top-down Zelda games need the cutscenes of a relationship to give the game some charm. have Link talk as much as Samurai Jack did. Ooh, I like that argument. Vicry Lego, Link should not talk. Still have flashbacks to CDI games. Yeah, those were pretty rough. But here's my take. I think he should talk because it is made very clear in the games that Link does talk. He, like, sometimes you can choose dialogue options. It's very limited in terms of whenever it happens, but you can choose dialogue options. And sometimes the way characters act in those games, even though you're mute, from like a gameplay perspective and from the gamer's perspective, in the world, the NPCs talk to you like you're talking to them sometimes. They're like, what's that you say? You think I'm fat, for example, right? And that's not just them being schizo, that's them responding to like something that Link may have said. And again, sometimes there are dialogue options. So I do think it's okay for him to talk. And I think that's something that I think a lot of Zelda fans may not be taking into account. Like, come on, it's in the games. And although I understand like the CDI games were pretty bad, and I think we should do an episode on it if we ever go on to talk about Zelda in the future, because it's just so hilarious, those CDI games. But I really also like Steven's suggestion that Link should talk as much as Samurai Jack did. I really like that. Yeah. A pretty interesting choice. Because he talks not as much as everyone else. He's a stoic, and I really like that idea. I hope they make Link extra badass, but I doubt it. Yeah, I think they might double down on the twink factor. I just think they might go in that direction. I want Link to be badass, who is selective of when he speaks. It'll add to the allure. Well, he's also a kid. In some versions, he's a bit older. He's like a teenager, I guess. But he's a kid, so at the same time, how stoic, how serious can a kid be? Let's not forget he, makes his usual noises while cutting grass or picking up heavy objects, or when he's fighting with his sword. And that's something not very, Samurai Jack does not make noises when he slashes enemies. So again, it's that kid quality, and I think you can have if you play it up as an introverted kid, I think it can work. And I don't mean like a shy or a closed off or antisocial. Let's not conflate introversion with those things, because I know it's very popular to do that. I think you can have an introverted kid, and introverts can also be energetic and have enthusiasm. And so I think it can work. And it'll be different enough from the CDI versions as well, right? So it's going to escape from that connotation, unless you really have a problem with dialogues for Link in general. Steven also says, Link's only been an adult in Tears of the Kingdom. They could make it dark, like Twilight Princess, where the challenge. Is that another spoiler? Where the challenge forces him to mature. Okay, it's not a spoiler. Good. Because I have not played Twilight Princess, and guess what? If they ever want to do an HD remake, an HD port for Switch, I would play it. But Wind Waker is my priority so far, and I want them to port it over finally. And so I think that's gonna end it for today's stream. Hosky says, "Oh no, I got you." Sweet. Glad to hear you're not mad. And Hosky says, Samurai Jack argument is dope. Yeah, I think you can definitely borrow ideas from I wouldn't go full-fledged Samurai Jack, like I said. But, the essence of he doesn't speak that much. But he still emos, he still acts like a kid. I think that would work. So I think that's where we're gonna end today's stream. Thank you for sticking around and for leaving your comments and being here, and yeah, you guys rock. And yes, next time we're gonna be focusing on Acolyte, which we're gonna have 4 episodes to cover, which is going to be awesome. So many shield videos to kind of pick apart one by one. And yes, we're gonna come back to Red Dead Redemption after like 2 weeks, which is exciting because I like playing that game. Whenever we play, because I mean the game itself is okay so far. I'm really waiting for the story to take off. I'm really waiting for that. But it's a good streaming game, as in we can listen to other stuff as well and commentate on it, provide commentary, and then play the game. And I think it's a great streaming game. All right, so without a further ado, once again, thank you for watching and take care, hey?